Okay, we are live.
Welcome back, guys. we do
Yeah, thanks for
apologize for the problems.
technical
Hey, guys,
difficulties.
it's technology, Hey, hopefully, we wouldn't get to that degree underwater, right? We're gonna be diving without all these interruptions, and we don't need Wi-Fi underwater yet. So, are the guys joining in?
Yep, I just sent them the link. All right, everybody's joining back in. Everybody's saying we got good audio, good video. Sometimes it's all it takes, right?
Well, I hope everybody will be able to hear me again because, like, a few seconds from now, I'm about to start singing. So this is the important part. We have like this, like this sort of like an Xdeep, company song that I need you guys to memorize.
Nice.
What?
All right, they're coming on right now. Oh, let's give them a second.
It's frozen.
Thanks for joining us back, guys, after that brief intermission. Woody and Gus needed a bathroom break after talking to everybody for the first 2 hours here. All right, here they are. Nice.
Whoa, what an entrance, guys. This is exactly what we're about. I mean, bring it in. I was about to wave my crazy colors here of my BCDs, but you kind of just nailed it. So
I'm sorry. All right, I won't do too much more of that.
That suits you, yeah. I was about to say I'm glad you guys back because I was about to start singing and I really needed. I missed the auditions to America's Got Talent and I was about to use this opportunity. Anyway, so if you guys ready, what I want to do with this tune-up tool, I just want to show our customers, the future ones foremost. There's a lot of guys that played with the tool and they come up with all sorts of questions.
I used it for my BCD. Right? Check this out.
Well, there you go.
DiveSoft.com. It's beautiful.
I love it. I love it because it's yours and it's yours. It represents you, what you wanted. And
no orange, of course. Though. No orange. Well, so I have to bring that up.
Well, I have a couple of mine that I, kind of done for myself, and they could be really anything you want, right? I mean, there is so many of beautiful options, and either, only because I teach Scuba as well, I do have various different systems just to show the differences and how they differ from one another. But this is a topic for a different day, I believe, because there is lots of area to cover in details. Yeah. But I'm open to to any future conversation about that. But either you are a female or male, there is always some. Let me just zoom in. There's always some great options for anyone. And like I said, right? Like I said, these BCDs actually, cost you customization fee, guys. It's only $30, right? So it doesn't cost you more than just standard black colored equipment, which is awesome because most of the time, if you're going to buy a car or anything, customized, obviously they double the price or triple the price because how much you really want it, right? So Xdeep, we are not about it. We want you to, have the best gear that, in our opinion, it's the best, and have it for the same money and available pretty much to anyone. Roughly our BCDs are priced in a range of $700, which, to be honest, I'm not going to name particular brands, but compared to some brands, you can buy almost, 2 Xdeep BCDs, paying for one of theirs, right? So again, that's, so we want to make it really affordable. So let's just dive into the tune-up tool. I will share my screen. If you guys can just, get ready for that.
While you're sharing your screen, I just want to remind everyone, we do have a giveaway from Xdeep, and the link was just shared on the chat. So make sure you enter that because we'll be giving away 3 sets of Xdeep hats and hoodies. Nice. And these hoodies are awesome. I have the same one. They're like twice as thick as a regular hoodie. They're really, really good.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I mean, they're very warm. They made from Egyptian cotton and they high quality stitching. In fact, we use the same
nice.
Yeah, we use the same threads that we use for our BCDs, so they're very durable. And obviously, you can represent your favorite brand. So that's just unspoken benefit there. So I just, did share my screen. I don't know if whoever is.
Yep, I'm getting it up right now.
Okay. There you go. So I will take you guys to our first Xdeep website. So the easiest way to obviously see the whole offer, but also get to the tune-up tool itself, is through the Xdeep website. So as you land, at the main page, it's going to show you lots of different, cool options that we represent. This is the one you want to click on, right? So, obviously it represents, all the colors and, just, expression of visual taste. So as you come in here, you're going to get two options. So the option which is named Get a Standard, I don't know. I will say it because I'm sure not everybody knows.
Let's make that full screen, by the way. Tim,
there we go.
Can you make that full screen?
Yeah.
There you go. All right.
Much better.
So Get a Standard, it's what we call a standard. It's basically, all the 12 colors, 13 including black we offer, right? It's just, if you will go for a standard, you can't change its elements, let's say. So if you will go for a standard, you can still get beautifully, colored and presenting BCD. Let's choose, for example, the most, common used gear around the world, which is single tank BCD. Let's go for the #1 selling BCD in Xdeep for single tank, which is Zen Deluxe. And now you see that you're going to have 12 different colors here. And these are colors that were just, preset basically by the X company. We just kind of, wanted to keep it aesthetic and kind of matching. And it also depends, on like what kind of materials in terms of like piping and other finishing materials we have available at the moment. So these are really pretty. For those, any of these, you're not going to pay $1 more than for just standard black colored equipment. So that's cool. So very often, a lot of people are actually fully satisfied with those preset colors, and they don't have to spend even additional $30, to customize anything. Nevertheless, if you want to customize it more, we'll just go back to the previous page or a few pages back. You can use tune-up tool. Now, like I said, in scuba diving industry, there is no tool like it. I mean, yes, you can go to other brands and get a different color wing, but it's only a few very basic elements. Now, tune-up tool, it's as advanced as we wanted that to be. Only because you won't see some options, it doesn't mean we couldn't make them available. It's also about the visual aesthetics of the whole brand in general. Like some options are completely a no-no for us because, I do understand there is a lot of people who would have taste, let's say, beyond what we consider normal. We just didn't want to give them all the possible options available because, there will be the whole new range of color combinations, and some of them wouldn't do any good visually. So, well, I don't know if any of you, viewers is the owner of that email, but I always use it. It's short and allows me to, kind of go to the next page. So basically what you want to do, they just asking for a basic contact information, which is your email. Why? At the end of the configuration process, you can stop configurator at any point. Let's say, you got some other more important stuff to do. Hopefully not. You can just suspend the whole configuration process, and you can just go back to it as many times as you wish if you are doing your research about something and you're not sure what you're supposed to go with. So you want to put the true email, not just the one I'm using. By the way, this guy is getting a lot of different configurations from me every day. This is not my email. Don't email me with this one. So you put your email, you put your country of origin. Why? Obviously the currency is going to change. The configurator, it shows you in real time the price of your BCD. So there is no surprises. Obviously the local taxes and shipping and everything else is going to be applied by your dealer through whom you're going to place an order. But everything else basically is going to be shown to you in real time. Either it's a euro or US dollar, or Canadian dollar, or anything. Next page. So here, obviously, which BCD you need, right? I mean, there is obviously, we divided them per segment, per recreational diving, technical diving, and Simon, obviously, it's a separate class of BCD. So again, I will go to the most common, to the most popular BCD. the number one choice, when it comes to the Xdeep. Again, I will go to the Zen Deluxe, although Zen Deluxe and Zeus Deluxe, which is more of an old school representation of back-mounted BCD. It's also a very popular choice. Ghost, a huge seller for travel. There is no lighter actual metal-made backplate wing BCD than Ghost on the market. It's 5.5 pounds ready to dive. Let's take Zen Deluxe. Just like with the standard product, you can choose from 12 different colors. This is your base, right? So let's say we're going to choose color blue, one of my favorite ones. Oh, pink? Okay, let's go for a pink.
Well, it's pretty.
Again, it's all about the user. So your wish comes true. Let's choose pink. So, it's already pretty, right? I mean, we didn't touch anything yet, and it's already something that, very often when I do those BCDs with the customers at the shows, at the end of the process, I see people are glued, to this screenshot, just like me in front of a bakery looking at this perfect cupcake, like I do it sometimes. Like I want it so badly, right? And I want it now. So, well, this is better than cupcake. This is something that is going to get you, to experience underwater adventure, and it's going to probably last for life. So you have few options as you come in with this base. You can choose a side part, which you don't really see a lot of that option, but we are referring to the side of the wing. It's that narrow strip of the wing that is called a side part. So the back panel of the wing and the front panel of the wing can be divided by this additional color accent. Now the edge, it's basically what I commonly call piping. So all these little all this little piping that kind of wraps around, the padding on the shoulder parts and the upper parts and the lower parts as well that you can see here. That's what it's called, the edge. So, and you can play with that. I mean, like I said, some colors have more viable combinations and some others have less. Like I mentioned before, it's due to the two reasons. Either we don't have something interesting in meaning like in matching material, that means the factory that makes that doesn't provide some colors to us, or we just think that this is not gonna go well with what we think would be nice and cool. So obviously, as you see, you can not only choose the elements of the wing, but the padding itself. As you see, padding has much more options. There is really something for everyone. Now, backplate, it's one of the coolest things because, yes, I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of companies who offer, colored wings or some elements, very often they don't do the backplates because obviously it's money, it's effort, it's technology. And, I will briefly mention here that Xdeep, as the only one company, diving company in the world, is going to offer soon pretty much for no extra cost or for small cost, we don't know yet, we're working on it, a ceramic coating. It's not only a backplate, but also your D-rings and other stainless steel elements will be ceramically coated. And that's just gonna be a color explosion. I mean, you're gonna have those D-rings and maybe clips even and everything else, matching your color scheme of the whole BCD. So not only this is far ahead of everybody else on the market, but what we are about to bring, like pretty much within the next month or two, it's going to be a completely different level. So still, you can go with preset different backplate colors. Make your choices, make yourself really content, and create appetite for this wing as you go to the next page. I'm having here some difficulties now, but as you go to the next page, you are choosing the inflator, corrugated horse slant, right? So, so basically, you can choose anything between 33 and 48 centimeters. I'm sorry, I can't really translate it, to the inches right away. I would need some time. Now you can choose backplate size, of course, backplate type. We have two types of backplate: aluminum, steel. Now, crotch strap type, if you don't know NX generation BCDs, you need to try one. V-shaped split crotch strap. It's something that it kind of was borrowed, from parachuting industry, a skydiving industry, or maybe like a 5-point, safety construction harness. So of course, right? I mean, for men, especially for obvious reasons, but not only this, you have this classic BCD with centered crotch strap. you have this D-ring center, obviously, behind you. And not only it's only one, but very often it's like too far away from some people, especially with the shoulder problems, to get to it, right? So they, you see the divers tend to clip the, various pieces of gear, on sides to the pockets versus to the back one, because, it's just too far out. Now with V-shaped crotch strap, you have two of them and they are on the outer edge of your body. So, so it's much easier to reach to them, and you can split, let's say your navigational gear, like, cookies, reels and spools and everything else on one side. On another side, you can keep, anything else that you want to use on the dive. Anything from like, any bags for, I don't know, you want to collect something, or maybe video gear and lights and everything else. So that's a game changer. I mean, thanks to this V-shaped crotch strap, you have the most stable BCD single tank on the market. When we dive with this classic crotch strap, when you do movement on site, especially with the heavier steel cylinder, it just pulls you, right? It just slides off of your back because it's just one strap on the bottom, that heavy area. So here you are strapped from every possible direction. So it's like your second skin.
Yeah.
There is lots of different options. You can go not only, like I said on the beginning, you're not only choosing colors, something that will satisfy, visually, but you can add on, throw in extra D-rings, and you can go with a different profile D-rings, and you can choose cargo pockets, for mask and wet notes and everything else whatsoever. So
nice.
Let's move to the next stage. You can choose weight pockets, of course, right? So, depends how you dive, where you dive, what's your exposure protection. You can go anything from, small trim pockets, 2 times 5 pounds, droppable, to no pockets and everything in between. Now, for $45, basically, just like your BCD, you just showed it, when we came back live. For $45, you can actually put your name on it. I mean, it doesn't have to be name. It's just nothing offensive, okay, in any language. So we can use translators. So you can put there whatever you want, and just like you guys, you have the one that says Dive Talk, and you can promote your your YouTube channel or your company, or you can just you are gifting that BCD to someone, and you can write something inspirational, or just anything that will make you happy. Right. You can do that, and this embroidery could come with 2 colors. It's either white or black. So you decide which one is better for you, which one cool best. Well, let's just request it, and I will just put Scuba Siba.
So this will generate a QR code, right? A specific code for you, which it's how I order mine, which is really cool. But before, because I know that we're running out of time and we want to do a giveaway as well. I also know that you wanted to talk about Seal dry suits, right? They're getting very popular. I keep seeing them out there.
Absolutely, yes. Seal dry suit is just the whole different animal. And I know we had seen some dry suits today, guys, but just like every product that Xdeep makes, remember, we always start with the problems, with the challenge, right? So, just like with BCDs and the Legendary Stealth and Zen itself, we always take the problems, like what prevent us from having amazing dives? Like what is the issue with the weight or anything else? And we address the problems first. We round them up and create a solutions, a great working solution, innovative solutions for the issues, and then build the rest of the product around it. And just like with Seal, 2 major problems with dry suits. I will just quickly, share this screen with you. 2 major problems with dry suit, guys. It's flexibility and stretchness, right? So either you have a dry suit that is bulletproof, that can literally save your life, or you have a dry suit that actually is comfortable. I mean, it was the case till today, because we know, very often fabrics that are really, durable, they don't stretch almost at all. So Seal actually brings in a lot of innovation in that matter. Well, so we use, many different panels throughout the dry suit itself. We use super fabric in combination with a lot of different dual lines and tri-lines fabrics. But not only that, I think the coolest part actually, this is something from my own observation when I was, at Düsseldorf at the boot show. I was really like looking at the the final complete version of this dry suit, and I noticed a quick difference. So I have a couple dry suits, hanging right now in my warehouse. And when I see my dry suit, they all straight, right? So, the sleeves and the legs, everything is just, I will just maybe start showing screen for now so we can just maybe see each other. So they're all straight. So you see the sleeves and the leg parts, they're just straight through. And, so for that reason, you have to have extra fabric, especially around the knee area and around the elbow area. So when you want to reach the valves or you want to do any slight movements, or adjustments to your gear, you just need that to give a way for your motion. Now, if you will look at the dry suit, like just hang, on the hanger, it's already profiled. It's already, a profiled, not really to the degree of your bended elbows, obviously, because, that wouldn't be really aesthetic and doable, but it's already, kind of both the legs and the legs and the legs and the arms. So
that's awesome.
And you know what? I feel we really have to come back maybe some other day, have presentation on dry suit alone. I have a couple of them, here at the facility. Because it's just like, back in the days, a few years back, 10 years back, the stealth was something out of this world in terms of side mount systems. Dry suit, it's also out of this world. I mean, it's just, it's just a product.
We got to take some time and talk about that. I will say, though, the Dive Right In Scuba does sell sealed dry suits, and there's a special deal right now where you get, just like we talked about before, a free platinum warranty with any sealed dry suit purchase. So if you're thinking about getting one, take advantage of it with Dive Right In Scuba. We do have a giveaway. I hope everyone entered. So, Tim, can we pull that up and give some stuff away? Now we can see it.
You can see it now?
We got for you guys.
Yeah, here we go.
We got for you guys, beautiful hoodies just like mine with matching hats. Really, for you guys, for sure, but for our audience, we want to make sure that our guests are treated, especially today. Awesome. So let's see
let's run it, Tim.
Who's gonna grab some?
I mean, I'm thinking sealed dry suit in New Jersey with meatloaf. That's just me. And I don't have a sealed dry suit, but there should be one there waiting.
Spin. Here we go. First one goes to Elizabeth Bean. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Elizabeth.
Was that an upgrade with the music thing going there on the end? Who upgraded that?
That's another thing we fixed.
God, the upgrades are
all right, let's spin it again.
They're coming.
One more. Here we go. Good luck, everyone.
Can't wait for the music again.
Here we go. John Susterich.
Congratulations, John. Awesome. I'm sure you all got all great.
Hat and a hoodie. We got one more. Let's spin it again, Tim. Let's see what's the next winner. I love how the Dive Right In commercial is right at the bottom. Seamus.
All right.
Congratulations.
Nice.
All right.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys gonna love them, and thanks again for joining Xdeep today. I mean, I'm so hyped that I can actually show you the cool stuff, and we should do it again, and we should do it more, guys. There's more where it came from.
No doubt. Thank you guys, Xdeep in general. You are pushing the industry, right? You're making everybody think about these little details. I started the presentation off commenting about you guys focus on the little details. And you ended with the little details of your sealed dry suit, and it makes such a difference. Like, I wouldn't have known that. Like, just a slight bend, if you will, in the right places is like a game changer, probably in the comfort. I've never worn one, but now I want to.
Hey, there is much more where it came from. I mean, the integrated system for bungee rigging, and having your computer, rigged into that, or even sometimes we use light cords, to put the arrows and cookies and all that stuff. You can do it all here. There's just so much to it. I mean, I would need another hour to get you guys briefly through the.
But just what you said, that last little thing that you just said is always an issue for me. I'm like, God darn it, the cord is not in the right place on my shear water, like that kind of stuff.
Again,
that kind of stuff.
We start with the issue and bringing in solutions and making it work. And like I said, that's where it all starts. So
thank you.
Like I said, I'm very excited to join you guys maybe for some show in the future. And once again, thank you all for watching. This is HJ from Xdeep America. I appreciate your time.
You're awesome. You're awesome.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for tuning into the XD presentation. Next up, Sea Life. We already talked about Sea Life. I
Bye,
got
XD.
one of these.
See you soon. I'll be in New Jersey. Yes.
All right, guys. That's it.
Thank you.
Sounds
cool.
great.
Tim, do we have
All
Sea
right,
Life?
Tim. Hello. We're back.
I was just on the phone with Sea Life. We are working on getting them back up and running. He's going to continue to try here. And
all right. Well, we have a Sea Life product.
Yeah, buddy. So the Micro 3.0.
Do I have to give that back? Because I really think that thing, like for me, right? My level, what I love about
if I lick it, I don't have
well,
to.
just think about it. I'm the kind of photographer that looks at the guys that come in with the big housings, the massive lights, the perfection, and I'm like, I just want to go underwater and quickly push a button and not have to do anything and still have beautiful pictures. Isn't that kind of the Sea Life concept for guys like me that just want to go under quickly? I don't have to buy a housing. I don't have to buy all the other stuff. That's mine. So just open it carefully. Open my camera.
If I lick it, I get to
careful with my camera.
All right, hold on.
There it is. Boom. And it's ready to dive. He just that's it. Turn it on. Go underwater to 200 feet, I believe, if I'm right?
Yeah.
That thing goes to 200 feet.
I see it has 3 buttons, really big. They say video, menu, and a play button.
That's what
perfect for you.
That's my level of photography.
If they added a 4th button, you'll be out.
I'm hitting the button and I'm going underwater. And it says to 200 feet. I think it even has like a Sony processor or Sony something in there. So these are really good. I mean, I've seen the photos coming out of Sea Life and I'm like, damn.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it's shooting 4K at 30 frames a second. It does have a 16 megapixel.
You can vlog underwater.
You had me at K. I was good at K. You had me at K.
So the idea with this camera was, hey, how does Sea Life design something where it can't possibly flood? So you'll notice on the right-hand side there's a little piece of rubber on the bottom. That's plugging the charging port. So that's the only thing that's exposed. So when you pop that out, you can charge it. It's got Wi-Fi built in, so you can, have it sync up to your phone or tablet or whatever to grab all your photos.
But even the charging port seems to be like a wet port, right?
Yeah. So even
really, so somebody like me that forgets to replug it, I'm still not going to flood it.
That's right.
Okay, that's my camera
made with you in mind.
Sea Life for idiots like Woody that want to also immediately get out of the water and post to Facebook.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, really, that's exactly perfect. Now, I do know that I read though that if you do want to start accessorizing that thing, like with lights, I guess it can fit on a bar and have lights and all that. It has that growth capability as well, right?
Well, it has the standard mount right here at the bottom.
So you can put that on any, and
you can put on
add lights and all that other stuff. Yeah.
I'm still chatting with Matt here, seeing if we can't.
I can't get out of here, but
I know he's going to have a giveaway.
Grab my housing over there, so we can show him how it looks on a.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
And while we're waiting, I'll throw the raffle link up for everybody too.
Yeah, enter the raffle. We're giving away. It's right there in front of you. We're giving away a Sea Dragon Mini 1300S dive light. So that's awesome. Okay, here we go. All right. So I have my housing here. Hold on 1 second. Let me put this on. I'll be right back. Go ahead and show. We're doing this live.
Yeah. Guys, thanks for everybody that's been tuning in all day. So as you all know, we've got giveaways every half hour, new presenters. It's all live, so we've had a little bit of hiccups here and there. We've had some people with some technical difficulties getting into the show, audio not syncing, all the normal stuff, but we appreciate you guys watching. Just remember, at the end of the day, we're giving away a $1,000 giveaway, so keep putting your name into the raffle. It's pretty awesome. And then, yeah, so Matt's still attempted to get logged in here. Oh, that's a good-looking setup.
Yeah. That took 30 seconds. And now I'm ready to go.
So again, the idea for this, I saw a question.
Yep, that's what I love it.
It is a camera and housing built together. So no need to ever worry about flooding the thing.
Yeah, really nice.
They have another product, which Matt was going to show off. I'm going to throw it up here on the page. It is called the Sport Diver. And it'll be here in just a second, guys. So the Sport Diver is a unique product in the fact that you can put Android or iOS-based phones right into your camera housing. There are different sizers. So as you change phones and things like that, you can basically change out the sizers and stuff, and it locks your phone into place. So you're using the Sea Life app to basically manipulate the zoom and take photos and shoot video and all that kind of stuff. Everybody, the question I always get asked on this one is, how do I make sure I don't flood it? So it has a vacuum tester. That's what's up here on the top. So you actually are going to pull a vacuum on it. And I'm wondering if I got a video or photos on it. Doesn't look like it. But basically, you pull a vacuum on it. The device has a sensor in there, and it's able to tell you, hey, it's all good to go. And after 30 seconds or so, you're able to take it underwater. So,
or you take it to 100 feet and see what happens. You can still take pictures, or
people like Victor saying that's the one I need or whatever. I know I'm the same. You know, the simplicity is just so awesome. You know, for those of us, we're not looking to be entering like photo contests. Although I bet you can get some amazing photo contest quality stuff out of the Sea Life. I'm just saying that, but for convenience, quick snap, upload to Facebook, whatever, that thing is perfect, ready to go. I love it. What's the price range of that Micro 3, that Sea Life Micro 3?
Yeah, so the Micro is $599.
$599, ready to go with housing. I mean, how much are big housings alone?
It doesn't even need a housing. Housings are thousands.
I know,
of
that's what I'm saying. It's all included. So how much are some, like a decent housing? Thousands.
Yeah, I mean, when you're starting to put a DSLR in there, or a nice Micro Four Thirds, which have become real popular, or the mirrorless cameras, you're buying a modular system, like we kind of talked about with Xdeep. You know, you're buying a backplate, you're buying this. Well, you're buying the camera, you're buying the special lens, you're buying the housing, you're buying the port, you're buying the dome port or flat port on top of it. So it's a bunch of components.
Yeah, no doubt. So
yeah, for sure. I mean, I think these cameras are very attractive for people that want to film their dives and take pictures of like cool, fish they see on a dive or whatever it is, especially if you have good lighting and, you don't want to invest $20,000 in a state-of-the-art camera, right?
Exactly.
They're really, really good for that.
And on top of that, Gus, just to add to it, it really takes some practice to deal with those giant housings and cameras. Have you ever seen people boat diving with those things, and then they got to hold it down, and you're in current, and then you got to multitask and change your buoyancy, and you have this monster, right? This thing right here, it's tiny. Just strap it on your wrist or shove it in one of those pockets we talked about.
Yeah.
And you're done. I mean, I don't have to have 4 guys handing me down 19 different things.
Yeah.
Like that's my thing. I want simplicity.
Yeah. I remember a few years ago, I went to the Maldives. I was diving there, and this guy had a Nikon that was submersible Nikon, just like the same example, Sea Life. But it was made by Nikon, and he went to, that one didn't go that deep. It went to like 100 feet maybe. Oh no, I think it was 40 meters. So it was for recreational dive. This one goes to 60 meters. So 200 feet. But it's so easy. Like he would just grab the camera and jump in the water. Like no tinkering with whatever. Perfect. Is it a vacuum working? Like no. And like we've seen, even with those expensive ones, we had an incident at Roaring River where Randall went down super deep with his $20,000 plus camera. And then all of a sudden the humidity thing starts beeping and he's like, I'm out.
Through a restriction. I was with him. We busted down through that 210 or 15 foot restriction. On the other side of it,
Beep,
all
beep,
of a sudden
beep,
I'm
beep,
here, beep, 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 and he's in like, I'm out, thumb in the dive, right? And we're thinking it's giant. The whole camera with the $5,000 housing or whatever was leaking, and he did all this giant thing you had to manipulate back up.
Yeah.
I'll be like, with my Sea Life, I would have been like, just leave your thing. I got it.
Don't worry about it.
I got hit my button video.
I got this, fam.
I'm good.
Can you make that full screen, Tim? Let's take a look at the light.
Yeah, so this is the giveaway today. So, you've seen
Nice.
the link. Go ahead and toss your name in. So Sea Life also makes handheld lights. So this is the new Sea Dragon Mini 1300S.
Nice.
So
What's the angle?
lumens.
What's the beam angle on this one? Do you know?
Yeah, so 8 degrees.
8 degrees. Perfect. So this is great for like
video.
Signaling and stuff like that. It's a really nice beam.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are commenting that apparently there are photographers out there. A lot of it is about the lighting. A lot of great stuff comes when you have the right lighting. So
yeah. So this light, it's specifically wouldn't be the best for pictures or video. This is more for diving. So if you want a light for diving, this will be really, really good. I'm a big fan of narrow beams when it comes to diving, and obviously wide beams when it comes to video and pictures.
yes.
Yeah, exactly. So go ahead and toss your name in. We do have our next presenter up. So since we're kind of waiting for Sea Life to roll back, maybe we get back on schedule here. Okay. So toss your name in for the Sea Life giveaway. We'll get that ready.
Sounds like coming up is DUI, right? So some more dry suit action.
Dry suit, undergarments.
Yeah, we'll be talking to the UI. By the way, this makes total sense because the warm months are coming. That we're talking about dry suits.
Yeah.
When don't you want to dive in a dry suit?
Never.
Always. I want to dive in a dry suit.
Such a hassle.
Oh my God. That's what we just talked about.
I love my dry suit, but it's a hassle.
But it's not. When I'm putting it on, I'm boom, boom, head, boom. And then, okay, sometimes,
boom, dying,
sometimes I need you to have.
Boom, dehydrated. Boom,
you jump in the water. I listen. I do love diving dry. I really do. For many, many reasons. I already talked about it. But just the comfort of it, and then the trim and buoyancy control, having that ability to move that bubble right where you want it. But I get it. It takes some time to get to the point where you're like, it's not really any more hassle to dive dry than wet. That takes a while. I admit it. But yeah, on a burning hot day, that's not what dry suits are for.
I think we give away a Sea Dragon Mini 1300S. What do you think?
Fire the wheel.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Brandon Curtis.
Brandon.
Congratulations. Nice. Hope you enjoy that light. Gonna be awesome.
We got Brandon down. Again, just a reminder, we've got that $1,000 giveaway today, so keep putting your name in there. There's going to be a whole bunch of names, but hey, if you've put it in every single raffle, you're in there 15 times, so it's awesome.
Yeah, Tim, remember, people spell Woody at least 50 to 100 different ways. I don't want you to think that was me trying to get the 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be with a Y. It could be an IE. Maybe it's just an I. Maybe I may have just put wood. I mean, somebody may have just put wood.
Yeah.
Wood E. Yeah.
Wood
like a whole
wood
length of them, like a Roadrunner E.
Woody
I'm
2,
just saying,
Woody
somebody
3.
may have done that.
Yeah. Not
immature
us,
kind of person.
Not us.
But I would not do Woody or any weird stuff like that just to try to scoop up an extra grand.
Yeah,
what were we talking about?
Mary's making a comment about a tip that I gave in the past. I think it's one of the best tips I've shared, which is using KY to slide into the dry suit.
I'll give you credit.
People laugh about it, but it's legit.
It's unbelievable. You lube it up with KY and
awesome.
Sip, sip. That's my sound effects for KY in a dry suit.
Sip, sip.
And you are just slid right in.
Right.
And it's not all sticky and all over your hands and all of that.
People are like, no, I use talcum powder, whatever. I think
it's dude, because of you. Here's a tribute to you.
Yeah.
Because of you, I'm all about KY.
All right.
What? Are you always shaking? See what I go through? I'm saying you wanted credit. You are the KY king. It's another
no, let's not
compliment.
No. We're good. Okay, so do we have
IKY because of you? Is that okay to say?
All right, that's borderline.
No, nothing.
Do we have DUI lined up?
DUI. All right. Jay from DUI is visiting us from California here. How's it going, Jay?
Good.
Jay about
Jay just jumped right into a KY conversation.
That's
Start off his presentation. Not what you expected, but hey, welcome to Dive Talk. And
All right.
Wow. All right. How's everybody doing?
No, we're doing great, man.
All right. So I got a couple of things that we're going to talk about today, and then remind me, I actually have a surprise for everybody towards the end of the presentation. So
okay,
I'm actually introducing something new today. So
cool.
It'll be the first time. Please feel free to jump in conversations. I've got a PowerPoint here, but that's really just to kind of keep me on track. So I don't know if you guys can see that just quite yet.
We only right now we see you still and us. We don't see a.
Okay, so let me see if I can share the screen here. Screen, window, share. All right, now what do you got?
We don't have
it. It's coming up.
It's counting down.
There we go. There we go. So
let's go
make
full
that
screen.
Full screen on that would be great. There we go.
Okay.
All right,
so
Jay.
a couple of things that we're going to go over today is one is our new Durotherm. It's been out for a couple of years, but I kind of want to go over the meat and potatoes of it, and then I've got a premium dry suit stat towards the end. And like I said, I've got a surprise for everybody once we get to the final end.
Nice.
If you'll notice, if you can see the screen, now do you see the live screen or do you just see the PowerPoint?
It looks like a PowerPoint is all we're seeing.
So then I'm going to stop sharing the screen for right now because I want to kind of show everybody the actual installation that we're actually looking at because it's a shark skin gray. This is the Dualtherm 300 for women. This is a jumpsuit. It's got the pink or fuchsia stitching, the DUI logo. It's a jumpsuit, zipper pocket, stirrup strips. I don't know if everybody can see that, but it's got a really nice kind of a shark skin gray sheen to it. The camera doesn't do it justice, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, it looks nice. You got a lot of fans. I could tell you a lot of comments are like, I love my DUI.
I got certified on a DUI.
Cool. Yeah.
And then this is the one for men. We also have this jumpsuit as well. So this is kind of what it looks like. I'm going to go into some of more of the features a little bit, probably a little bit closer. They'll probably look better on the PowerPoint, just simply because the webcam. So
I may or may not like the one for women better. I'm just saying. I may or may not. I don't know. All right, keep on going. I'm just saying the pink part is kind of cool.
Real men wear pink.
Cool, man.
Yeah. Now you can show it.
There we go. We got it right here. You sent it to us. I forgot.
Yeah.
There it is. Oh, that does feel awesome. Wow. Very, very nice.
Yeah, it's very comfortable, and it's an unbelievable garment. I dive in almost every weekend. I love it. It comes in pants, pullover, vests, jumpsuits.
Yeah,
you name it, we've got it.
What kind of water temps would you say this thickness, this level would be for?
Are you holding the 300?
Yep, I am.
Okay. 65 degrees, 45 to 65 degrees. I wear the jumpsuit 300. Last weekend when I was out in the water, well, the water was a little bit cold once you got to depth, but I was hitting about 49 to 51 degrees, and I was fine for about an hour with that.
Okay.
So
it really does feel
cold,
nice.
But that's because I wasn't wearing gloves. But it's a very comfortable.
It's really nice.
It's like wearing pajamas. I mean, it's unbelievable. And when you look at the 150, which is the 150 is rated for a little bit higher, 65 degrees and higher. All of the new installation was created as a vendor that does high powered fleece, high performance and very comfortable. And what you're looking at right now is active wicking technology. This is what all of our installations, the Dualtherm 300, 2023, this is all what it comes down to. And it's for active wicking technology. So a couple stats here that are kind of interesting. You never want to wear a cotton t-shirt diving, obviously.
Yep.
But cotton absorbs about 7% of its weight, whereas polyester is 4%. The active wicking technology not only pulls moisture away from your body, so even if you're wearing a base layer, you still get condensation, you still get warm, you still get heat. This kind of pulls it away from, pulls all that moisture away from your body. It also reflects moisture very well. So if you've got condensation, Great Lake divers, Michigan, It's 80 degrees, 90 with humidity, and you're jumping in that lake. Clearly, when you don your suit, you're going to have a temperature differentiation, which is going to cause some condensation. We get it out here in San Diego as well. So it does a great job of really kind of, bouncing that moisture off the suit, pushing it away and keeping it off of you. It repels water very well. Even if you get a small, little leak, say the neck seal, you turn a certain way or left or right or something, you get a little drip down the neck seal or the wrist. It does a very good job of keeping that water off of you and keeping you warm, even if you do get a little damp. So what I like about this slide is this really is kind of the meat and potatoes of our new installation, and you've got a diagram of how that installation is actually working. So, any questions here?
No, this is really cool.
No, and, hey, are you hot?
I'm dying.
What?
This thing is warm.
Really? That's nice.
Yeah.
But that wicking stuff is really cool. I like that because you can actually sweat at times, for example, or like you said, sometimes you move just a little bit, you get that little down your back, right? Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, nice. You got long hair. Sometimes a couple pieces of hair can get caught in between the neck seal, this or that, and every now and then you just get a little bit of a drip. So
yeah, that happens to me all the time.
I like this. So I noticed that he has this thumb thing. So I guess you put your thumb in there to push through the dry suit. But once you take it off, watch this. It disappears.
Yeah.
Like in my current undergarments, it just stays there. It's just flapping there.
Yeah.
Like you take it off and it's just flapping. Like they thought of that.
Nice.
That's awesome. Good stuff. All right.
So we're very excited about it. Right now, what I've got up is the dual therm 150. The dual 150 is recommended for temperature 65 degrees or up. So even in the Caribbean, Hawaii, the Pacific, I know those waters get warm. I get it. But when you do multiple dives in a day, you do multiple dives in a week, or you're on a rebreather or tech diving and you've got a couple hour long dive,
yep,
you will get cold even in 80-degree water.
Absolutely.
It takes its toll.
That's
so the 150 is kind of a nice medium weight, so you don't get overheated wearing the 300. And the 150 is just a lighter weight. It's 150 degrees, heavy stretch, 280 grams. All of our insulation is pill resistant, and of course, it comes with the active wicking technology. The active wicking technology and the pill resistant, that's going to be consistent over all the dual therm, just so you guys know. So you'll see it on every slide, but not necessarily going to bring it up every single time. The dual therm 300 right here, these features and benefits are also pretty universal. You got the active wicking technology. The 300 is recommended. We just talked about it, 45 to 65 degrees. Comes with a chest pocket. What's really nice about this, and why I like my PowerPoints, is because the stand-up collar for extra warmth. If you actually look up towards the top of the suit, there is an extension of the collar right there that kind of goes up the back of the neck. It doesn't drop down, so it kind of gives the traps or the bottom portion of your neck a little bit of extra warmth, and it's very comfortable. It's a very soft fit feeling on the back of your neck.
Nice.
So hand warmer pockets and shark skin gray. We already talked about the elastic stirrups. Everything here is the same as the men's jumpsuit, except for obviously the look and the color. This is the women's jumpsuit. Take a look at the stitching, the zippers, the embroidery, everything just like the 300 for men's. This is for women's, and this is available in the jumpsuit. When you look at the pullover and pants, it's just it's universal gray, but if you want the fuchsia stitching, that is available in the women's jumpsuit 300.
Cool.
Nice.
Looks good.
So pants and pullover, we can talk a little bit about this. The nice thing about the pants and the pullover is it's got all the features and benefits. Again, I'm not going to keep harping on it. But the nice thing about this is for people who are different sizes, you can mix and match sizes. One thing that even when I'm doing a select size in dry suits or sizing jumpsuits, when I'm talking to people, I'm talking to dealers, and Tim and I have had this conversation multiple times, is the hip measurement. Sometimes guys or girls just have wider hips than the upper body, or vice versa. They're really big in the chest and they have smaller hips. The jumpsuit, since it's one piece, is kind of hard to really go with that. And to accommodate both. So the nice thing about the pullover and the pants is you're actually able to mix sizes. You can go with an extra large pullover and a large or medium pants bottom.
I love this comment by Laureen. She goes, wore my DUI fleece to a football game in -30 Celsius in Edmonton, Canada. I was the warmest one in the stands. So there's another use.
Awesome. That is awesome. I love that. So yeah, the nice thing about the pants too is another big thing that's kind of a pet peeve for me, especially with dry suits, is having it be too long in the leg. If you got a short inseam, you don't necessarily need the legs to kind of bunch up towards the bottom. It kind of makes it uncomfortable and so forth. So the biggest advantage to the pullover in the pants is to be able to mix and match it. And just like the guy that we just talked about the football game, you can wear the pullover as a sweatshirt every day and be very warm and very comfortable.
Nice.
So kind of a close up of the details. What you see on top from left to right starts off with the women's suit, goes to the men's. We also have a vest. When I pull off the PowerPoint, I'll show you the vest. But the picture on the far right just shows the pullover, the pants, and an additional vest if you feel like you need an extra layer of warmth. And then you can really see the details in the zipper and the stitching and the stirrups at the bottom of the pants through those bottom 4 pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great quality.
Also get a good idea with that far picture on the left showing the stitching, the shark skin gray.
Yep.
Kind of the color and the feel of it.
Yeah, quality looks solid.
Yeah.
We offer socks as well. Same technology, different sizes. Some people wear different types of socks and they do different variations here, but we do offer socks as well. Shark skin gray, these are the 300 active wicking technology. So if your feet are sweating a lot, that kind of helps keep your feet dry. Any questions before I jump into dry suits on the installation?
So I know that you offer customization options for the dry suits, but anything offer on the undergarments?
We do. The Dual Therm 2 we offer as custom undergarments. We don't have the shark skin gray or the insulation in custom. We just switched. We're working with the vendors right now, but at the end of the day, we do make it. We make the custom 300. It's in the dual. We actually send our material to the manufacturer and have it sewn and made here in the United States. But we actually buy the material and then have made the custom installation.
So what kind of a wait time? A lot of people are asking if they do want to customize, what should they expect for wait times?
Everyone has wait times, by the way. So this is not a trick question.
No, everybody does, but
it's not a trick question, but in some ways it's a loaded question. We're probably talking turnaround time on a Dual Therm 300. I would give it at least 8 weeks, give or take.
That's about right for everybody.
Some of the things is we are on the West Coast. Everybody's still dealing with COVID. Factories get hit from time to time and they shut down.
Yep.
And that's even happened to us over here a couple times, even locally, where they had our vendor had to shut down for a little bit while just because they had an outbreak of COVID.
Yeah.
So production times are going to vary, but 8 weeks is probably a good starting point. It may come in a little sooner, it may come in a little later. That's not firm, but
that lets people do some planning. That's about standard out there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So, all right. What else do we got? So going into suits, you guys got suits up? Yep.
We do.
So a couple of things with our suits. They are completely our premium suits. We do have standard suits, the Cortez and the Yukon. I'm not going to go over those, but if you jump online, you can definitely see those. What I want to talk about is the select and the premium suits. That's what DUI is known for. We have 15 standard sizes for men, 18 different sizes for women. You can select the different size, color overlays, boots, sealing, even our select, even when you go with a select size, meaning a large or an XL, because maybe you fit an XL, perfectly. It fits you like a glove. All of our suits are made to order. And what I mean by that is you're still customizing. You're still customizing the overlays. You're still customizing the pockets. I have customers that want a zipper pocket on the left, cargo pocket on the right, or vice versa. We can do that. We can customize. When I pull off my PowerPoint, I'll show you some of the swatches and the stitching, but we got multiple colors to go over and to choose from. We also have a Design My Dry Suit app online. If you go to divedui.com, and you can actually get an idea of what your suit will look like before you drop a pretty penny. So it's kind of a nice feature because you also get an idea of what colors look good together.
Yeah, I like that.
That's awesome.
So tri-laminate dry suits. This is going to be our TLS 350, the most popular dry suit, or one of our most popular dry suits. I say that gingerly because let's be honest, every diver has their forte, and not every dry suit is going to be the best in every single situation. So you really kind of need to take a look at what kind of diving you're doing. I will admit the TLS 350 is my favorite suit. The reason why is I like flexibility and I like the lightweight and quick drying.
Yeah,
I also teach on the weekends, so being able to move and move quickly is definitely an added benefit. More so, I just don't like the weight. I mean, the TLS 350, we'll talk about it compared to like the CLX 450. I mean, it's just night and day as far as weight.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Me too. Same.
But you know, again, there are different types of suits that are better for certain types of divers, and depending on what kind of diving you're doing and how rough you are in your suit, you know, this would not be a suit if you're doing, you know, let's say for example, a wreck dive that hasn't been cleared for diving, so it might have some sharp edges, it might have some, you know, you might get caught up in current and brush up on something. Yep. On a scale from 1 to 10, the TLS 350 is about an 8.5. I'm going to tell you right now, our CF 200, which I'll get to, is a 10. So, but anytime you give into flexibility, you lose in durability. The more durability you're going to get, you're going to have less flexibility within the suit. So the next suit we have is the Flex Extreme, which is going to be a tri-laminate polyester, butyl rubber polyester tri-laminate, which is about a 9 on a scale from 1 to 10. The polyester makes it more abrasion friendly. Of course, you have the digital front entry zipper, the telescoping torso. This is kind of standard on all of our suits. The Apex inlet, adjustable valves, warm neck collar, Cadora over the material. That is the one thing that's different on the Flex versus the TLS 350 is the Cadora material over the knee adds for a little extra durability, especially if you're kneeling down or if you're on a wreck. A lot of instructors in the Northwest and probably even, you know, Michigan, they're doing a lot of shore diving, like the extra durability in the knee pads. They're kneeling down, they're walking across, you know, the natural terrain. They're kneeling down on, you know, some type of platform in the water. Those knee pads add for a little extra durability. So the CLX 450, this is going to be our most durable tri-laminate dry suit. Okay, this is going to be Cadora butyl rubber polyester on the top. It's going to be on the bottom polyester, butyl rubber polyester. The Cadora is very stiff. This is the suit that I recommend for people, in my opinion, they're putting themselves through holes that I would not put myself through.
I want that spot that you just said.
Yeah. So,
by the way.
It's a great suit, but it's very durable. It's a heavy suit. It takes longer to dry. But it's also like a new pair of jeans. A new pair of jeans, new pair of Levi's. They're very stiff when you purchase them, but after a few washes, you wear them. You know, after a couple of months, it does start to kind of loosen up and break down and become a little bit more, friendly. But it is a stiffer suit at the beginning. But cave divers, wreck divers, you know, people doing longer dives that are going to be more, you know, just a little bit rougher on their suits. This is a great suit for that. Out of all the tri-laminates, I kind of want to back up to the TLS 350 because as we're talking about different types of diving, the TLS 350 is the preferred suit for going to the Arctic. So if you got anybody who are doing any polar expeditions or polar diving, because the water beads off the nylon and it's quick drying, this is actually the better suit for diving in the
Oh wow, I wouldn't have thought of that. I mean, okay.
Yeah, the CLX where it takes longer to dry, or the CF 200, which I'll get to, it takes so long to dry. The water would actually probably freeze on it if it was hanging up.
Wow. Yeah. You'd be pretty heavy.
Yeah. All right, the myth, the man, the legend that is Dick Long in his prize suit. Can't talk DUI without really talking about Dick, but you know, he is the innovator of the telescoping torso, the zip seals, the front entry suit, the CF 200, the suit he's wearing, which is his favorite suit. He's the one who started it all here at DUI. And the CF 200 is a neoprene suit. It's a crushed neoprene suit. the original idea was a wetsuit that didn't float. That suit failed. But what we got was a great material that stretched like, streamlined, and a very durable suit. I see suits, the CF200 coming back 20 years down the road for repairs on 4 zippers, on their 3rd set of boots. I mean, these suits just last. It's a great suit, but it's a heavy suit. You know, it is a heavy suit. My arms get tired carrying it down to repairs.
Wow.
Like a really cold cave dive, a picture in this thing.
You got the cave divers that are doing cave dives or doing 2 to 3 hour long dives. Absolutely. Even an hour long dive. People who have this suit love this suit. They're rebreathers, they're tech divers, multiple tanks, doing cave dives, long penetrations. This is kind of the suit for you. And this is an example of Dick in the suit. What you're looking at in the back, just in case anybody's curious or decides to come diving in San Diego, that is a Canadian destroyer. It's a Yukon. It's called the Yukon. And it is sunk 2 miles off the coast of Mission Bay, PB. It sits in about 100 feet of water, and it's a beautiful dive to dive. Dick was one of the founding people who brought it here to San Diego to help promote local diving. It's a great wreck. It's been cleared for divers. It's a lot of fun. So in case anybody's curious about the boat, that is now an actual dive site.
What's the temp at that dive site?
50s, probably.
Upper 50s, lower 60s.
Okay. Heater.
Water, yeah, I mean, I would say that it's, you know, the coldest water I've been in San Diego is 48 degrees. So I would move beyond that.
So you said this one is like 10 out of 10 in toughness?
Correct.
The CF200? Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. It's a great suit. It's very durable. You know, it's got the telescoping torso, the front entry. It's just a very durable suit. And, you know, like some of the great products out there, it was a failed experiment. They were trying to make a certain type of wetsuit, and they came out with this new material that it's very streamlined and it's got some stretch to it. That's why a lot of cave divers actually like it, and especially with donning rebreathers, because it's very streamlined. It's very form-fitting, but it allows some stretch and some movement. So even though it's a heavier suit, you still got actually some screw, just kind of like neoprene.
Yeah, that would be cool to test.
Yeah, but it is interesting that the most popular and pretty highly rated, according to you, at 8.5 is just the thinnest one of them all.
Yeah, the CF200 is a 10, CLX 450 is a 9.5, the Flex is a 9, and then 8.5 for the TLS 350. Yeah. And again, this is where, you know, Dive Right does a great job of this, but profiling your divers and trying to figure out what kind of diving they do, because the dry suit is an investment. It really is. Yeah. It's an investment in your lifestyle. It's an investment in the way you dive, how you dive, and what you like to do.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends that dive in the DUI. They love it. They swear by it. And, you know, like you said at the very beginning, I continue to think it's one of the most important parts of a dry suit, which you guys obviously focus on, is proper fit, which is why you have all those different sizes and abilities. And then you basically said you custom make every single one.
Correct.
Yeah, that's really important.
So Jay, you have one more thing to show us. And before you show us the next thing you're going to talk about, I just want to remind people to enter the raffle. We'll be giving away a DUI jacket. I bet it is awesome if it's made with the same attention. Look at that thing. Oh, that's gorgeous.
Beauty. So
we'll be raffling that. So make sure you enter the giveaway. Maybe Tim, if you can share the link again, just to make sure everyone has a chance to enter. But just wanted to say that. So go ahead, Jay. You were talking about the customization.
I'm sorry, where was I?
You were showing something with collars, so I assume it's for customizing.
Oh, I heard through the Scuba grapevine you guys like pink and orange.
Yes.
So this is our neon pink.
Oh man, that's
and
great.
This is our tough duck orange. The
those are awesome.
Great names.
That is cool.
And you can see we got tons of different overlays to choose from, color styles. We've got piping. You can actually do colored stitching. I'm going to pull this over real quick.
That's nice.
Just some other cool options that we have. For $150 pass through, you can actually choose the stitching on your suit.
Very, very cool.
Okay. If you go with the elite pattern, this is the different color piping. You still got your oranges and your pinks and your purples and blues. And we also do an overlay on the pockets if you want.
Nice.
God dang it. Now I want another one. Now I want a friggin' another one. Now I want this bad boy. That thing looks so nice.
Great stuff.
In closing, before I open up the questions, because I literally got this information about 30 minutes before I came into this presentation, I got the go-ahead from the CEO to introduce to you the new base layer that's replacing our Eco.
Okay.
Okay. This is called Polar Tech. This is going to be a new base layer, effective performance, breathable, moisture wicking, very lightweight. Yes, I'm reading the tags. I kid you not. I'm just literally getting my hands on this for the first time.
Right. Cool.
This was internal information. This was internal information until about an hour ago.
Nice.
And
so
we're the first place to see it.
You are the first place to see it. So you can see, I'm going to pull it up on the camera. You can see the stitching of the blue.
Nice looking.
All right. You can see the pattern, the pattern on the material.
I'd wear that every day.
Yeah, you've got the Polar Tech Power Dry label, and then the DUI eco-friendly dive wear. And I apologize, I kind of missed the camera on that last one, but that's the Polar Tech.
Really
so
nice.
This is we just got this in pants and over. This is a new base layer to engineer to wear underneath your insulation. And I kid you not, I got permission an hour to show you that before we started.
Beautiful. That's
How
awesome.
come I want everything that these guys are showing? I love it all,
stuff.
man. It's just such good stuff coming out. You know, this is really, really nice dive gear.
Jay, thank you so much. Is there anything else you want to add before we give away a super nice jacket?
Not unless anybody's got some questions.
Well, yeah, I mean, there are some questions before you jump to that. There some people are asking about the various buoyancy characteristics between those different dry suits that you mentioned. You know, there you go. That's the question.
That's actually an excellent question. And what you have is all of our dry suits are neutrally buoyant. It's the insulation that's going to make you buoyant. So depending on what insulation you're wearing under your dry suit is going to depend on how much weight you need when diving. But all of our dry suits, the tri-laminate fabric suits, and even the CF200 are neutrally buoyant. They're engineered that way.
Wow. Well, they're
interesting.
Very interesting. Okay. So it's going to come down to the undergarment.
So in other words, what I hear is essentially whether you're wearing tri-lam or the CF200,
neoprene,
you're going to need the same weights because they both
depending on the installation. I mean, if you go from a 300 to a 450,
I
would probably start with about a 4 to 6 pound difference. Do a buoyancy check, do your typical buoyancy check that you would, but you're going to need a couple extra pounds when you go from the 300 to the 450 and vice versa. If you go from 450 down to the 300 to the 150, you're going to drop some weight.
Yeah, I'm just saying if you're wearing the same insulation, the same base layers, the same everything, then it should be the same weight, which is
correct.
Cool.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, no problem. All right, awesome. So let's bring back Tim and let's give away super nice DUI jacket.
Let's do it.
Our wheel. Let's do it.
All right, you guys able to see it?
Yes.
Yep. Full screen. Right. Let's go.
Let's do it. Thanks for everybody that's throwing your name in the raffle. You'll be entered in that $1,000 giveaway at the end of the day as well.
Can we see how many people are in each one?
Adrian Rose, congratulations.
That congratulations, Tim. Nice. If you can still hear me, go ahead and get her size, and I'll get that out to you.
Appreciate it, Jay.
That's really good stuff you brought. Thank you so much. And
no problem, my pleasure.
Really, really.
Yeah, thanks for the sneak peek on the new undergarments too.
I know
that looks awesome.
Really nice.
Base layer.
I'd absolutely wear that thing all over the place.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to our DUI presentation. Great stuff coming up. Tons of options.
I mean, that's what I was going to say. You know, Tim and Gus, like, gosh,
so many
do we have some amazing products coming out in the scuba world or what?
Yeah. Well, there's one thing. I feel like you're like, yes, I finally know what I want. And then there's another presentation kicks in and you're like, huh.
I want everyone.
But that's when
it's just hard.
But that's when shops like Dive Right In come in. They can help you out. Like,
true.
I know there's so many options, but let's talk about you and what you're doing and your mission profile and
great point.
Figure out the best, because these guys want to put you on the best fit for you and not necessarily what's the best commission or what. Like, it doesn't really matter if you're unhappy. They want to make you happy and get you the right piece of gear.
That's spot on comment. And
yeah,
I can tell you firsthand as a customer of Tim, that's exactly what they do. They'll take their time with you.
Yeah.
And
at what point do you feel that Tim was like trying to sell you on the most commission gear that they have?
No, he was like, you can't even imagine how annoying I was. Do you think I've ever been annoying to you, for example?
I mean,
so the answer is no, I'm not annoying to you, but
let's not
to Tim, I was a little bit, you know, It was 200 questions.
Yeah, it's all right. You know, you guys were kidding up for Roaring River.
Exactly.
And, you know, there's a very big need there. And it's just like anything. Like, you know, how can we solve that problem or that adventure and do it the best way for you? So, yeah, no worries. So I'm pretty excited about the next presenter, the next presentation. So
God, I've loved them all. I don't know how much better they can get, but
bring it in.
Bring it in, man.
Let's do it.
We got
all
Atomic.
Right. So we have Atomic.
Talk about a name. I mean, come on. Everybody knows the Atomic name. How can you not? So many amazing products. Always, always. So
hey, Dean.
Here we go with Atomic.
Dean, how are you, sir?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to make this presentation with you guys today. It's been very entertaining so far. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, man. Me and the KY King are happy to have you.
That's KY King.
I'm just saying, there's, you know, we're talking a lot about dry suits, and you did.
We have a lot.
No, I'm saying you offered an amazing suggestion. I'm giving you credit about using KY. So you deserve the name KY King. Sorry, I'm so sorry. We were talking about Atomic.
About that. Yes, let's talk about Atomic.
Let's do that. So, guys, I'm going to start by giving you a little bit of a intro to what I'm going to cover today in the 30 minutes that we have.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a little background about myself, the company, the way we do our products and make our products, and a little bit about Hewish and the family of Hewish that is part of the whole program, the family of brands that we start with. So I'm not going to cue the slides, but I'm going to start by saying Atomic Aquatics, I'm the co-founder of, which was started back in 1996.
Wow.
Was a foundational brand that was created from literally a pad of paper and 3 people to start a company that would be like no other company. Our goal for that brand was to be the best, and to be the best means many things across the board to a lot of people. So you can say, what's the best of cars? But there's a best for performance, or for warranty, or for the way things are made. But before Atomic, in our industry, going back in my history over 45 years in the diving industry, there was no real company that could stand forward and say, here are the reasons why our product is the best, and stand behind those reasons.
I remember that. You're right.
So for many, many years, I worked in the industry, and I would say to divers coming into the DEMA show, I've been to every DEMA show except for last year. So I had the record, I think, for the most attendance of any DEMA show, including the first DEMA show.
Wow.
I would have divers, instructors, they would literally walk into the booth and they would ask a particular question. They would say, well, why should I sell your brand? What makes you better than the brand that's just right down the aisle? And it really became more difficult over the years because a lot of the manufacturers were using the same subcontractors for various parts. But to go back to the very beginning, I worked at a company called Healthways. Some of the old salts out there might remember this brand. It was the biggest dive company in the world. And they had a whole bunch of very interesting products, including weightlifting equipment and snorkeling equipment, BB guns, and all kinds of unusual products. From that company, I started another company inside of the Healthways brand, which was called Scuba Master. And the funny part about the story that I'm going to start to tell you is the company Healthways, the original founder of Scuba Pro, was an employee at Healthways, and he started Scuba Pro, the brand, from for $1, and left Healthways and started Scuba Pro, which was is and still is one of the leading brands in the world.
Yep.
Gustav Dallavale, who was the founder of Scuba Pro along with Dick Bonin. So I was kind of recreating this idea. So I created Scuba Master, and Scuba Master lasted about 3 years before the whole Healthways division was closed down. So this is a little bit of a backstory to give you some background in the lineage of the Atomic brand. After I closed the doors at Healthways and Scuba Master, I opened the door to Scuba Pro, which I worked for about 15 years as a senior project engineer. It was one of the most incredible companies to work for. It was owned by Johnson Wax, still is. The co-founder was still involved, Dick Bonin, who you see an image of in there, who was like a second father to me. And we created some very, very cool products in there. There's a picture of Dick holding one of his famous white sea bass that he shot, along with Doug Toth, who was the original co-founder of Atomic with me during those days. But as you can see, they're starting to build a sort of a lineage, sort of a relationship between these brands moving forward. So the next slide sort of represents the beginning of Atomic. Doug Toth and Dean Garoffa founded the company, and our goal was to really be the leader in the industry. So we're going to talk about the brand, and it's very important that, and we can show all the products, but I think there's a hierarchy in learning about a brand or a company that you're buying from, so that you feel that every product that you buy from that company or that brand has the imbued qualities that the original founders set out to create. And we always said we were going to challenge the system. We weren't going to come out with a product just because we needed to fill a category or have a product in the line. We were always going to be unorthodox in our designs and our materials. We would elevate the diving industry by raising price points and having a real reason behind the price points, such was quality of the merchandise.
Uh-oh. Something just happened. Sound went off.
Did we lose Dean?
We lost Dean.
Ah.
I'll send him a link and get him back in here.
Okay. While we're trying to get Dean back, make sure you enter the giveaway. We shared the link earlier today, as you see. And the prize is one of the coolest named items that we're giving away today. It's called Smoke on the Water Fins. That's pretty awesome. So we're going to be giving away a pair of Smoke on the Water Fins.
Smoke on the water.
There you go.
Bum, 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 bum.
All right. Enough.
I could have mixed a couple songs there together, but I think the Atomic will come right back on, though. Did we lose him on our end, or do you think it's something on his side?
I'm not sure. I just sent him a message, so.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but I do have one of the regulators there, M1.
The M1.
Yeah, I mean, they have some really, really
so lightweight,
top notch. There you are, some top notch BCs as well. I mean, we've dove. That was our instructor uniform for many years. I was just saying that your Atomic BCs were our instructor uniforms, where I taught for many, many years, and yeah, you know, good stuff.
Yeah, the idea behind the brand, I don't know where we left off. And getting back to that is elevate the diving industry, meaning that if we can find a new technology that we can bring to the dive market that's either from our industry or elevating the standards for material quality or whatever we do, that was one of our goals. And when we say deliver unprecedented service and performance, we mean that once you buy the product, we have the longest and greatest warranty on the product after you buy it. So let's go to the next slide, if you can hear me. I want to talk about the designs, because I think that's a very important part of the element of Atomic. We design all of our own products, and I'm I'm saying this because when we see other products presented, we might see an inflator that comes from China, or we might see buckles or clips that look like other companies' buckles or clips or D-rings or things like that. At Atomic Aquatics, we don't put any of the products that are in the marketplace on our own products. So we design everything that's in-house. And the way that we design our products is pretty unique in the industry. We have a design team, and we have what we call our atelier group, which we take a bunch of highly experienced people who are in the diving industry and sit them in a room, and we design the products around the most innovative presentations that we can make, and then we actually take those to the market. So we start with a sketch. We industrial design every feature, every screw, even the thread or the materials that we buy are from our own factories. We create sort of an image in our mind of what that product wants to be. We question everything, and then we advance the design with materials and manufacturing. One thing I'd like to say about the materials is Atomic Aquatics is known for having the world's first titanium regulator, and before Atomic, there was no use of titanium in our industry. It was a very high bar to set coming into the market with an all titanium regulator, but we knew that titanium was the super metal for the diving industry. It was light, it was strong, it was totally corrosion resistant. So we manufactured the titanium regulator. So that was sort of our entry into the market. Using exotic materials requires that we have to buy and operate our own machinery. So Atomic Aquatics not only just builds from titanium, but we also manufacture in the United States our own regulators. So we're the largest manufacturer of scuba regulators in the United States, right here in Costa Mesa, California. I would say some of the biggest breakthroughs that we've made in the industry were the use of the exotic materials, including the first to use ultra clear glass in the lenses. So when we started our mask project, we thought, wow, how come every mask that we've disassembled has this very odd looking green glow to it when you hold it up to the light? And as we contacted the glass manufacturer, says, well, that's regular glass. That's what you would buy for your window in your home. But nobody was using instrument quality glass, which would be the same kind of glass that you would use for a microscope or a telescope or some medical equipment. So we were the first to introduce those. Schott Super White B270, which is one of the best glass companies in the world. It's made in Germany. When it comes to making our own BC, we spent about 7 years formulating a material that would outlast any other material in the world. It was custom made for us, and it has our own specifications.
Wow.
Yeah, that material, I've dove that particular BC before, and I think I remember they were like, the rep was telling us like he put that out in the sun for like a week to see if that thing would fade in color or anything like that. And of course, no, it didn't. That thing is really nice.
It's really crazy having the ability to do whatever you want to do. As some, like if you were in a major corporation and they said, no, we're not gonna spend the extra money for you to put your antimicrobial, dust in the fabric that gets laminated onto we just went all in, like looking at technology, looking at the markets and go, what could we do and make it better? So when we say the T3, which is atomic metallurgy, we're talking about our brand and the product. We're known for the titanium regulator, and all of our regulators are basically a platform design where we have a metal which sort of indicates what that regulator is all about. So in other words, we don't believe in giving a regulator with different performance levels. every regulator should be the highest we can possibly make that performance. The only differentiation that we make is how much exotic material is in there for a price point. So whether it's the T3 all titanium ST1, which was 316 stainless steel, or our more common regulator, which is the B2, which is a brass first stage and an all titanium second stage, or the M1, which uses Monel. Monel is a special alloy that we worked with. All of the exotic metals that we used to create an oxygen rated regulator, and working with hazard analysis, Monel is has the highest flammability rating of any of the metals that you could use in what we call a wetted high oxygen environment. It won't burn, and it's very, very good for high oxygen content.
You see, Gus, when I told you I watch and learn and study chemistry, how important it is?
No.
Right here. Those are the symbols.
By the way, I'm holding the M1 that's right now on the screen with Monel. Pretty
so
awesome.
Yeah, if you're looking at your periodic table, you're looking at the nickel and copper are the two alloys, which nickel is a main component, which is 80% of the alloy, and copper is 20%. You combine those two together and they make sort of this very silvery kind of coppery metal that we can use in oxygen ratings and achieve a higher oxygen rating than you can, say, with stainless steel, which would be flammable at around 500 psi.
I remember that on the SAT exam. I got that one right.
All right.
You had to write these down, I know.
Yeah.
Schrodinger's equation is next. So the thing about the metallurgy, again, is even at the price point regulators that we have in the market, we don't really consider them low performance. They're just how much exotic metal do you want to buy? We even take our standard brass, we put chrome over them, and then we put zirconium nitriding PVDs over them for excellent corrosion resistance. So that's kind of like the total ramp up to the atomic kind of philosophy when it comes to building the product, building the materials, and building in the quality. There's these layers of quality that go down and down and down in the brand. We're very proud of the fact that we do our own machining here in the United States. We have one factory here in Costa Mesa, where I'm sitting today, where we assemble the regulator. So less than 50 feet from my desk is the assembly room where we do our ANSTI testing. Every regulator is put in the chamber and tested down to 165 feet, and they all pass and they all have great scores, and the regulators are great. One of the benefits of the atomic facility was we were building our own regulators. And when Hewish Outdoors acquired Atomic, we also had in the family Ziegel regulators that we could design and build. So my first venture after we acquired Ziegel was to design the F8 regulator, which I'm very proud of. It's a very high performance regulator, and it's also built in the same factory where the Atomic Aquatics equipment is built. And we also manufacture and assemble the Oceanic and Hollis brands right in the same building. So everything gets that final level of quality that we build into all the brands now, because we're a big factory family here in this Costa Mesa facility.
I would just love to be wearing that uniform and pushing some of those buttons if you would ever let me have a factory tour and try to make something. But that's just a side note. I know how to do it. I take a lesson from them, and then
we would put you on the bench, and you could use the ANSTI machine, which is shown in this. We actually have two ANSTI machines here.
The what? The ANSTI?
Hold on.
Yes, we do.
Woody, what's the ANSTI machine? What was that?
The ANSTI machine?
Yeah.
For testing.
Hold
on, I'll let him answer first.
There's a chamber. There's a chamber that we have that each regulator is placed into. The door is closed, and then we pressurize the chamber, and the chamber takes the regulator down to 165 feet where it's breathed at 62.5 RMV, which is respiratory minute volume, which is 2.5 breaths per, or 25 breaths per minute times 2.5 liters volume. And then it passes a certain CE requirement, but atomic regulators far exceed those requirements. Those are pretty average numbers. So we do test every regulator that goes out of the building, which is something that's added cost, but gives us an extra layer of confidence when we sell the regulators.
Yeah. Awesome.
In the lower corner is two of our guys that are our manufacturing facility called Atomica Research and Development, and that's where we have all of our CNC machines. We have some of the best equipment in the world. Some of the machines were built to make watch parts. They're made by Citizen, which can make high performance, very high tolerance component parts. And that's part of my background is machine tool technology. Let's talk about the products, and we're going to get into that really quick. And I know I'm eating up a lot of time giving you a background. Atomic is known for having sort of just a few products in each category, but we try to bring them up to be the best in each category. We recently introduced our T25, which was our 25-year anniversary regulator to celebrate the 25-year anniversary. It was a collector's edition. Every regulator was machined and then PVD coated with a special ceramic coating that gave each regulator an individual look and a serial number, and they went out fast. We built quite a few, and they were very well received. Of course, the all titanium regulator is still our benchmark. We were the first to really bring out the high performance split fin in the marketplace that really has had longevity. We brought the split fin out over 22 years ago. And of course, we have two other blade fin designs, which are very popular. Atomic is known for winning awards around the world, including the Red Dot Design Awards for our frameless and subframe masks, clear glass, and our Gummy Bear dual silicone for the Venom frameless, which was first in the world to do, which was super soft silicone touching your face, while you have a strong structural silicone to keep the mask from collapsing on your face.
Nice. Yeah, and I think the first time I became aware of Atomic was how much people were raving about their Atomic masks, the Venoms. They're really, really happy about.
Yeah, I dove that Venom forever, and you had that sort of that reflective material that's one of the options I remember, and it was really beneficial, especially when you're diving, in Florida at shallower depths, and those rays are just pound right in on you. That was such a great mask. It is a great mask.
Yeah.
So that's ARC coating. That's anti-reflective coating.
There you go. That's the one.
The thing that's nice about that is, here's a rabbit hole for you to we can go down.
Okay.
But eventually, when you get the clearest glass in the world, which we have, which has no restrictions in how much light can get through, it'll probably let through about 96% of the available light that's hitting the front of the mask.
Mm-hmm.
But the reflected coating, ARC, actually straightens out those light waves so that they can enter the glass with more ease. So the light that would normally bounce off the front and back of the lens is actually grabbed and pulled through the lens so that you get that extra little 2% of available light. So the lens actually straightens the incoming light, and then as it's exiting the back of the lens, straightens it into your eye. So you get that 98% of the available light that you're around.
Wow.
Through.
I'm telling you, I can just tell everybody out there, I dove that thing for years, and it really made a difference.
Now, Dean, there's an opportunity here. I'm going to do consulting for free here for you guys to be the first ones ever to do something. How about you start shipping masks without that oil that you have to clean?
It's not the oil. It's the it pops out of the mold, so you have to scrub the sort of the silicone layer right off the inside of it.
But like
because it pops out of the mold that way. But yeah, why
students always struggle with it, right? You get a brand new class of students, they all their masks, even though they tell you they scrubbed it, they didn't. And
okay, so
you guys can be first.
Okay, well, here's the first. Maybe you guys don't know the name of this, but
so
what this thing is that you're seeing is called siloxane, and it's outgassing from the gas. It's siloxane gases outgassing from the silicone. Long story short,
I was right.
If you leave it in a box for a long period of time, the siloxanes are still volatilizing. You've seen this on the dashboard of your car every once in a while, where it's kind of hard to clean. Once you clean the mask, here's a tip: clean the mask good. Use the scrub, use whatever soap you like. I like using Platinum 4X soap, which we found working with UCLA and their nanotechnology group, looking at the nanostructures under high magnification scanning electron microscope. That worked good to clean it. Once it's clean, when you're done diving that day, and just put a dab of that back on the lens before you store it, so the siloxanes can't rebuild itself back on the glass. Wouldn't recommend anything other than that. People that I dive with, I said, did this work? It works. You have to clean it once and then keep it from reforming. So that's the tip.
So even if you guys clean it up, it would still rebuild, like on transport.
What you got to do is what you're doing when you put that little dab back on the lens when you're done storing it, is any siloxanes that are going to outgas from the original material will deposit on the soap, and then you wash it away and you're good to go as the last dive.
You know, your description where you said it so eloquently with nanotechnology is different than mine, where I'm like, just get a toothbrush.
Well, yeah. I'm just
scrub your ass.
I was just thinking that my backup mask that's been on my pocket for approximately 17 years, that probably is not going to work very well.
Yeah, the one in my my backup cave mask in my dry suit.
Yeah,
it's probably got silica labivis all over it by now. I think
at least definitely
it's definitely colivis.
It'll definitely form between your toes if you're not careful.
Mesothelioma. I'm going to get from that thing.
All right.
All right.
So there's my tip. All right. There you go.
Well, some people want to know the name of that scrub again that you said. In all seriousness, they're asking that. What was
it? We use Ultra Platinum 4X dish soap to clean it the first time. Sometimes we find out that toothpaste has waxes in it, and sometimes they'll redeposit something back onto the lens. So use something that'll cut. It's a surfactant. It's very strong. We've tested it. It works pretty good. Once you're clean, then redeposit just a dab back on before you store your mask. Try it.
Okay. All right.
Awesome.
Good tip.
That's a tip. I'm a diver. I hate fogging masks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they can
destroy. No, but your masks are amazing. There's no question. They're unbelievable.
So this is just a list of all the milestones. Atomic again, ST1, world's only stainless steel regulator. It's something that we can do, and it's really good for the environment. I hate to present it like that, but stainless steel is recyclable. We don't use any chromes on that. It's just right off the bar. Everybody remembers the Cobalt, which was discontinued about 3 years ago, but it was the first real diver, easy to use interface design. The SS1.
Yep, I used it for a long time, the Cobalt.
It's
really it was really easy to read. That was a big thing. That was also our part of our instructor uniform for years.
I was in early, we developed that from the ground up using Dr. Bruce Winke, and Bruce is somebody that I helped introduce into the diving world many years ago with the first diving computers. We worked on we had the first OLED display in the world. We really did put a lot of time and energy into that product. But now, as you know, Hewish Outdoors has quite a range of computers. So we are computer heavy in these brands.
So this one I'm interested on: Scuba Heat Innovative Engineering Design. What's that?
Nobody knows about the Scuba Heat, right? It's been out about 4 years.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. I got one right here. If you're diving in cold water, and it doesn't necessarily have to be Arctic cold. I mean, we have tested them all in that part of the world, some of the coldest water in the world. We've tested this. This is a revolutionary thing for divers. What it essentially does is it takes the available, this is hard to concept, but the water that you're diving in is going to be several degrees warmer than the air that you're breathing through a scuba regulator. And why is that? Because scuba regulators are going to do...
I was going to say Charles, but I could be
wrong.
Well,
we're going to say a word that you could probably use with your siloxane later in your joke, but it's the adiabatic expansion, right? As air gets compressed, it gets heated. As it gets released,
that's right.
it gets cool.
Damn it,
I forgot about
right? Adiabatic.
Adiabatic condition is happening in your regulator. It's sending cold air to your lungs directly, and that
similar to my aching back.
Okay, so how does this work? Because I feel like if I was a Dima walking around and I go by a booth and somebody is holding this, I would say, okay, this is made up. This is just
so this has a U.S. patent on it, believe it or not. And what this does is this is a radiator in reverse. So what it does is it takes that cold air, say 12 degrees or minus 12, and the water that's surrounding these coils when you're diving, let's say it's, what is your water temperature? 46 degrees?
Okay.
Or 50. Today we are at 60 degrees in California. It will take that surrounding water, and this material, this is called cupro metal. It's a very, very good thermally conducting material. Will draw that temperature into the coils, and as the air is rushing through the coils, it will take that cold air and warm it up so that the air that you're going to get to your regulator is heated by as much as 40 degrees.
Wow. Same temperature as the water around you.
Well, yes, it can really make a big difference for even just, well, you know, like one of the water temperature, like somebody said, San Diego gets down to 48. If you're diving 48, this will bring the water temperature or the air temperature from like minus 12 up 40 degrees.
Wow.
That's so cool. that will keep you warmer, and it'll make your efficiency much greater. And we've used these now in very, very cold parts of the world where we do our cold testing in Norway.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, it's a very interesting product.
Just a reminder, I do hope the name of that is the anti-aching back water warmer. Something like that.
I will say, though, I want to remind everyone, hopefully you all enter the giveaway because we're giving away a pair of smoke on the water fins.
Cool.
Again, super cool name. So I think we should do the drawing. What do you think, Tim?
Let's go ahead and do it. Can you guys see it?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, good. Thanks for entering the drawing, guys. Remember, keep throwing your name in there. We're giving away a $1,000 shopping spree at the end of the day.
Dan L. Congratulations, Dan.
Guys, Dan. And how many people are in each?
Give me a second. Dean, go ahead and show that one again.
Yeah.
Right?
Boom.
On the water.
They are.
Nice.
Nice color.
Absolutely.
It's a little see-through, too, I feel like.
Yeah, it's a little see-through.
The smokes.
All right.
It's got spring fins, too, right? Spring straps. Right?
It comes with spring straps.
Comes with spring straps, so that's nice.
Out of the box. Well, thanks, Dean, for the presentation. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I didn't know that.
I think we
Atomic was such a leader in all these,
I mean, look,
exotic metals.
Look, you know, there's a reason why you know so much about the name Atomic, right? It's just well known. It's in every dive shop. It's super high quality stuff. I mean, not that I understand a lot of what was just said, although I want to operate the machine.
Well, you have
there's a lot of I have a chemistry.
You have
background.
that idiotic complex or whatever he was talking about.
I have an Adriatic back, but that's a whole nother issue, which that anti-back device will help with.
All right.
But that's not all I learned today. I did also learn, which you clearly demonstrated, you guys make an unbelievable high quality product. I don't think you're capable, yourself, of letting something out of your company without knowing it's, top notch. That's just in your guys' DNA, and that's why you've been around, and you're so well known for sure.
Thank you.
Dean.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dean.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, we have DiveSoft.
Yeah, coming to us from overseas. Let's get DiveSoft in here.
Nice. A lot of cool products.
Where is Joe now? Do we have Joe today? No.
We have Adam today.
What's up?
Hey, Adam.
What's happening?
Hey,
I think
Adam,
he's
check
on
your
mute.
microphone.
I think you're on mute.
Yeah.
Nope,
check his
can't hear you
microphone.
yet. Whatever when we do hear you, you have a pretty serious machine in back of you.
I know.
Look at that thing.
It's probably a nanotechnology.
You hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
there
we
you
got
are.
you, Adam.
Good.
Wow,
Awesome.
that nano machine in back of you is incredible.
It's not nano. It's pretty big.
Oh.
It looks like a pressure chamber of some kind.
It's a pressure chamber. We call her a Big Bertha. In our headquarters right now, in our testing lab, what you can see behind me, all the way.
Cool stuff.
That will be our testing rig. We can go up to 300 meters in depth.
Your volume is
Yeah, can you
really,
get
really
closer to
low.
the microphone?
You're fading out, so we can only hear every other word.
Is it better now?
That's
Yes.
much better. Introduce
Okay.
yourself and where are you? And
Sure.
let's rock.
My name's Adam, and I'm right now in the DiveSoft HQ in the Czech Republic. So I'm coming to you from overseas, and I'm in the DiveSoft lab right now, ready to show you some of our stuff.
What time is it?
It's 21:30 right now, so I'm staying a bit late.
Okay.
Thanks for coming out and joining us, Adam.
Thank you for having me.
Well, right off the bat, I think of that. I love the analyzer.
Oh,
I
awesome.
mean, I've used a lot of analyzers. I have over the years. I got to tell you, even when I bring mine, I'm like, Gus, just give me your DiveSoft analyzer. It works perfect. It's so every single time. Love
That's
that
right.
thing.
Awesome, thank you. So,
Yeah.
do you want me to talk a bit about technology in the analyzer?
Yeah.
So
Sure.
right now we have two lines. We have the normal analyzer, the aluminum one, and we have the solo. It's pretty much the same inside, just the casing is a bit different. This one is plastic. The insides are very, very interesting. We have a proprietary design for our helium cell, which is a solid state sensor, which works on a principle of acoustic measurement. So you would have a channel inside with two microphones and a speaker, and you will hear audible clicks when you turn it on.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's going to be clicking, and it's going to be measuring like so. So you're going to be measuring the speed of sound in the gas that's inside of the channel. And from that, you'll be able to
We're losing your audio.
again.
Adam.
Fading bad again.
fading in. I'm sorry. So you're going to be hearing clicks, which will then be translated into the speed of sound, which can then be translated into the percentage of helium in the mix.
Interesting.
So that combined with an oxygen cell inside makes it a pretty fun device for trimix diving. It has an infinite lifespan on the helium sensor. The only thing that can happen to it is if you physically break it. So it's pretty neat. Other than that, we do have our rebreathers here. So we have our back mount and the side mount rebreather, the CCR Liberty, which is a pretty awesome machine. It is completely redundant in the sense that everything you have in there is doubled, right? You have two fully working electronics, which are capable of driving the machine by themselves. They are in a parallel configuration. Each of them has its own battery, its own two sensors, two oxygen sensors, a helium sensor, and its own solenoid as well. So whatever happens to any part of the device, except for a catastrophic loop flood, is going to allow you to keep diving. I heard you guys are
people love it. There's a lot of people that are using it more and more as a dual rebreather, right? Because it's a nice side mount rebreather. It's like having a second.
And I will
tank on
say
you.
before I forget, because I forgot to mention on the previous presentation, there was a promotion for Atomic. Just really quick, Adam. We had Atomic before you. So if you buy a regulator from Dive Right In, 5 years of free regulator service. That's pretty good. I forgot to mention that. And then for DiveSoft, 5% off.
Yeah.
For DiveSoft products. And Gail is asking, what's the giveaway if it's a duck? Look, I have one, but I have the little one.
Yes.
But they want us to give away a big one. But no, actually, DiveSoft, you guys have the biggest list of giveaways, 11 prizes.
Wow.
So we have
That's
really
right.
like 5 minutes to talk about, and the rest is just giveaways.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, but people are asking a lot of questions because they know you're a big leader in
Oh, look at
technology.
this.
They're asking if you
Look
have
at all that.
They're asking if you have solid state O2 sensors coming out and so forth. But yeah, people are raving about that Liberty rebreather. They are.
Yes,
Awesome.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike, for popping in and showing us the price. But yeah, we have 11 things to give away. But yeah, let's talk about Liberty. As you mentioned, we have the side mount and the back mount as well. I've had the opportunity to check them out at DEMA, and Joe Busquez has invited us multiple times to do a try rebreather. I just have to take him up on that because I haven't done it.
I know if I dive that Liberty, I'm gonna have to get that as well. That's why I'm scared to try it, because I know I'm gonna love it.
Absolutely. But you had a question, Adam, before you said, you know that we dive what?
Yeah, I said you dive Kiss, right? Is that right?
That's right.
Yes. Spirit and the Sidewinder.
And
I think and Sidekick Gus dives that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. So we have the Liberty both in back mount and inside mount, and it's capable of being driven as a bailout rebreather. So even though it's not actively being breathed out of, it will be able to maintain a breathable mixture inside, depending on the depth you're in.
Really cool.
So you can swap onto it at time, breathe from it immediately, and bail out using that.
Yeah, some of our
that is really
we're
good.
big fans of cave adventurers, and they teach that. Is Dive Right and Scuba a dealer in the Liberty?
DiveSoft. I don't know if they sell rebreathers.
We are not, but we certainly love the Liberty and everything it has, and can support you. So
there you go.
Nice.
Okay, so there you go.
Great. Yeah. So you were talking about the solid state sensor. Is that right?
People are asking about it. If that's coming,
we do have. We are prodding this. We're looking into what we can do with newer technologies and what we can implement to make the unit and our platform, more safe, more in line with what people are expecting of a fully fault-tolerant rebreather. And we're trying to make it as best as it is, as it can be. So we're trying to implement newer technologies all the time.
Gotcha.
So a solid-state O2 sensor is something that we are looking at, that we are trying to implement. Yes. So
that's awesome.
Everything that we do, everything we do is going through a lot of testing, as you can see right behind me. We're trying to make it, as best as it is possible. We don't spend any expenses on the research and on the manufacturing as well. So we try to push the limits of what's possible, not only in the realm of how far and how deep you can go, but also in the safety, right? So we try to make the rebreathers as systematically strong and solid as possible. So we try to back up everything. We try to implement the best practices into our training procedures as well. So we really listen to the community, and we try to implement new findings as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. And I think one of the things that it's heavily underrated about DiveSoft is the customer service. They have really, really, really good customer service. Not to say that every other company that we've talked to doesn't have a great customer service, but I personally experienced it with my analyzer. I didn't feel confident. Like, I don't know why I don't feel like it's spitting out the right results. Like, what do I do? And they were like, here's a label, send it to us. We'll configure it for you. We'll calibrate it and make sure everything is good. And they send it back to me like brand new. I mean, they're really, really amazing. You guys have great customer service.
Awesome. Nice. Thank you so much. I'll relay this to the appropriate people. They always are happy to hear that our customers are happy.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. So,
you guys also make computers. Can we talk about computers?
That is correct. We do make computers. We have the DiveSoft Freedom. It is a computer that is designed for technical divers. It is made as rugged as possible. I've had it fall into rocks multiple times without it being completely destroyed in the process. It's made out of solid aluminum. Every single unit is tested 300 meters. So we have a test dive to 300, knowing that it will, withstand the depth. and it is able to dive, everything from a bottom timer. It can be used as a bottom timer all the way to a CCR monitor. So you can hook it up to your CCR unit and use it to monitor that system if you wish. So everything we do in that sense is made by us, from the software to the electronics to the housing. Thank you for showing the picture. Yes, that would be the freedom. So everything is made by us, and it's made to interplay between the parts. So we have the board, the software, everything is made to be harmonious, right? So we try to implement that as well, these capabilities into our design. So having something that is completely made by us doesn't force us to make compromises to accommodate for designs that are not done in-house.
Yep. So Adam, I have a question here. Is who should choose the Liberty Heavy?
Right. So the Liberty Heavy would be right for people who do exploration diving, who do more serious diving, or who want to configure the unit themselves as fully as possible. So if you don't want to dive 3-liter cylinders, if you want to strap your own cylinders into there, if you want to dive a GUE configuration and use your own backplate, use your own wing, you can do that with the Liberty Heavy. So the Liberty Heavy would have a stand, a brace that you can fit the scrubber onto, your own cylinders, and you can screw your own backplate and wing onto it as well. Right. So that you can see right now is the GUE configuration right there. So you can see the twin cylinders for the diluent with the 3-liter oxygen cylinder as well.
Nice.
Yeah. Looks solid, that thing.
Yeah. Really
it is solid, and it's quite heavy.
Will DiveSoft ever make a
dive can
compatible computer? A lot of questions on that.
Right. So a dive can compatible computer, I'm not quite sure. We do have a lot of projects running around right now, so we try to knock them out as they are before we jump into anything new. So it is in the works. It's on our table somewhere in a nook or a cranny, but the day may come. Yes.
Nice.
Okay.
Anything else?
What else
you want to show
discuss?
us?
Sure. So if you would like to see them, I have it on the table that you can wheel around.
Oh,
yeah, we do.
If you would like to see, if you would like to see the testing grounds or the testing facilities that we have here. So we have a complete breathing machine set up right here that we can chuck things into the pressure chamber to take down to 300 meters and test, for example, the worker breathing on it, to test how the unit reacts, and for example, how the scrubbers can last, and how the unit behaves under pressure, and for example, under different ventilation. So we are able to simulate a diver under stress, a diver that is, for example, hyperventilating for various reasons, heavy workload, he's becoming hypercapnic, and there's an increase in respiration rate. And we can see how the unit reacts, how the worker breathing reacts, and how everything in the unit works at depth, at realistic diving conditions. So we are able to change, for example, the temperature of the water down all the way to basically 0, up to 40 degrees Celsius. I'm talking in Celsius. Right here. Yeah. It's quite potent in what it can do. It's one of a kind machine. So we had a company that makes nuclear reactors manufacture it for us. Yep.
Whoa.
Nobody. Yep. It's a project. It's ever expanding. We're always trying to make it more capable, more universal in what it can do. So we can fit a whole unit into it and lower it down into water. It can maintain a temperature and pressure for a pretty long time.
That's
and
amazing.
Allow us to test everything that we need. Yeah.
That's amazing. We have a lot of prizes to give away, so I say we do one right now. Let's give away a T-shirt.
Yeah, and by the way, the link for the raffle is in the chat.
Yes.
Dive Raid and Scuba has posted that. So
yeah, give me a second to get it thrown in here, guys. There's a bunch of people throwing in their name after I threw that link. So.
That's right. That's what I figured. That's why I kind of held it up for a second.
Throw your names in.
Come on. There, because there's a lot of stuff. What, 10, 11 products, something like that?
11.
11 is a lot.
11.
But yeah, their stuff is so high quality looking. Like that, even that analyzer, like, when you connect the tank connection parts to it, that's a solid piece of steel. I mean, you guys.
We have the flow limiter connector. So
I mean, you just make your stuff very high quality.
All right, so we got a bunch of stuff to give away. What are you thinking of doing first?
Let's do 2 t-shirts. 2 t-shirts.
2 t-shirts.
Hit
okay.
It. First one.
I gotta keep track. First guy.
262 entries. Let's go.
Solid.
First winner. Christine, congratulations. She just commented that you've been here all day. So there you go.
Christine.
You've been rewarded.
Awesome.
All right.
So
another t-shirt.
Another one. David, congratulations. Here we go. 2 t-shirts given away.
Awesome. I'm jotting all your info down. I'll be in touch with you guys after the show, just as well as all of our other winners.
Absolutely. Adam, one thing that I really like about DiveSoft too are the stuff that you guys don't promote. It's like somehow the stuff that you don't seem to like promote, or I don't want to say care about, but like the stuff that is just like, oh yeah, we have one of those, is the best stuff.
Right.
Like my buckle that I use for one of the rebreathers, that amazing buckle. Right. I don't have to fit through whatever that like they have so many cool stuff. Even the reels, the spools they have are like top notch. These guys don't talk about it. Like, what company do you know that has like top notch stuff? And they're like,
point.
Oh yeah,
that's what I was saying. Your stuff is just really solid.
Everything they do is awesome. Even those little clip, the hooks that we use for the rebreather, the whatever, the bungee feeds through it. Those little things came from DiveSoft.
Oh, the titanium hooks, yeah.
Yes. So see, you don't talk about it. Talk about it, Adam.
What happens during the development? We just, have a project. For example, the Liberty. Not many people know this, but the Freedom didn't come first. We started off with making the Liberty, and we found out that there's nothing in the terms of handsets that we can use. So we were like, okay, let's make our own. So we made a complete handset with everything. And then we were like, okay, so the electronics are hidden. We brought them out and made a computer with them. So I don't want to say byproduct, but we just take the opportunity to use whatever we have. And
but you have like
I love that we have people like that in the Scuba.
That's what I was about to say. Like, do they have like a team of just geniuses? Like,
yeah.
I mean, let's say you and I right now want to make. Let's just start with a computer.
Yeah.
What?
Do you even have any inclination of the starting point?
I don't even know what to do.
I can't even make a buckle.
I don't even know what a megapixel is.
No way I can make a buckle.
All right.
We could start with the Liberty. So the history of the Liberty is that my father actually, in 2014 or 2012, was trying to buy a rebreather that was good enough, and he didn't really find anything. So he decided to make one himself. So my memories of him
obviously
were him getting out of the basement in the morning. So we met next to a coffee machine, saying hi to each other, me going to school and him going to sleep. So for 2 years, he just stayed in his basement, developed a rebreather basically, and then he came out 2 years later and said, "Well, it's done," and we had the Liberty. Well, a testing prototype of the Liberty, but that's how most of the stuff here gets made. Somebody asks a question, "Why doesn't this exist?"
Wow.
And everybody just says, "Well, I kind of don't know, so let's just make it," and we do.
So yeah, somebody just commented. Yeah, somebody just commented they have a signal mirror that they love. I'm telling you, it's like all these little things.
Yeah, we used to make, or we still make an emergency pouch with a signal mirror, with fluorescein, and with a whistle, I believe. So if you don't know what fluorescein is, it's a marker dye that is used by downed helicopter pilots or by pilots in general, or sailors. So the air rescue is much easier because imagine trying to find a dot in the sea. It's quite difficult doing that from a plane. So having this fluorescein dye allows you to spread it around you. It's a food dye, so it's environmentally safe, and it gets broken down because it's basically a salt that just dissolves and disappears and doesn't harm the wildlife or the environment. And it helps air rescue find you much better because this small capsule is made out of an uninflated PET bottle.
So cool.
It allows you to make a wheel out of brightly yellow dye or bright yellow circle that helps the helicopters and planes find you a lot faster. So if you ever get drift away from a line during decompression or during a high current dive, it's much easier to find you for ships or for planes.
All right, you know what's cooler than fluorescein? Giving away 3 of them. So, Tim, bring it back. Let's do it. Let's spin the wheel and give away 3 of these things.
Yeah, and I did find the video on this fluorescein. It is pretty cool too. So if you want to show that.
Oh yeah, well, I want to see it.
Let's do it.
Fluorescein marker.
Lucy Armstrong, congratulations. You get a fluorescein marker.
Watching us from Alabama. Thanks, Lucy.
Awesome.
Cool. Let's see after this, let's see the video.
Jazz McKibben, congratulations. Another fluorescein marker. Let's do it one more time, Tim. Kevin Morrison, congratulations. Now you guys can turn that up. Look like it's a rave underwater with fluorescein. It's pretty cool. I've seen it used in like sponges and stuff where you can see the filtering effect. Have you seen those videos?
Yep,
cool.
It is used as like a tracer dye for hydrology. So if you, for example, in a cave and you want to see where the water flows, you can dump a lot of fluorescein upstream and watch it go downstream. So it can be used as that, or it can be used to visualize the flow of water. Yeah.
Or to put it inside,
let's check it out. Let's check it out.
To dump it inside the wetsuit for your dive buddy too.
This is actually underwater.
Look at this.
So.
Wow.
Huh?
It's pretty cool.
I gotta get some of that for some dive talk video action.
Yeah. Some B-roll.
With this music. We may want to do it in trim. That's all I'm saying.
That's not right.
I'm just saying. No.
They're just playing.
I know they're just playing.
Don't criticize.
I'm not criticizing.
All right.
I've had plenty of non-trim moments.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All
right.
You can absolutely criticize. This was actually me.
I look great. No, you don't. I'm just joking. I totally played.
It's right.
I take it back.
He was
now that I know it's you. It's so awesome.
He was borderline giving you a side mount Liberty. Now,
do you know how many times my tanks are like?
Forget it.
Literally look like a flag.
Not even a duck.
So don't even worry about it. I'm just playing.
All right.
That's
so
cool.
Tim, let's give away some more t-shirts. So we have 3 more. Let's do 3 more t-shirts.
All right.
I feel so bad about that comment now. I was about to get a Liberty. No Liberty for me.
Sean Becker. Sean Becker will probably get a Liberty before you. All right. Let's spin it again. Another t-shirt.
He'll be a Liberty instructor before I even do Liberty Discover Scuba.
Didi, congratulations on your t-shirt. All right, one more, and then we have 2 more prizes that I want to talk about.
The way he let out that dye, though, was so graceful.
Candy Stewart, congratulations on your t-shirt as well. All right, so one of the things that we do often, because we have to, we're changing from a deep dive to a shallow dive or whatever it is we have to bleed our tanks more often than we want. And man, DiveSoft, yet again, DiveSoft has one of the best silencers to empty the tank.
That thing is amazing. I've
Isn't
used
that
her
awesome?
so many times.
I have two of
great.
them.
How come you have all this DiveSoft stuff and I'm just saying I have none, and now I'm definitely never getting any.
I paid for all this stuff. I didn't.
Are you like an DiveSoft insider? I mean, what am I? What
No,
am I?
dude.
DiveSoft mashed potato? I mean,
chopped liver over here. But anyway, the tank silencers are great. Like I said, I have two of them, and I think somebody else should have one. So let's give one away. Tim, go ahead and spin the wheel.
Oh, these are awesome. Hope the 1,400 woodies I entered come up.
Boom, Nico Cowell. Congratulations. Super awesome silencer. And we do have one more prize to give away, and that's a reel. And we actually have one. They sent us one. I don't know where it is, Woody. I think it fell on the way to the studio.
It may have fallen in my dye bag. I'm saying accidentally.
Okay.
Could have. Maybe.
All right. Well, fortunately we have one more to give away, so let's go ahead and spin it and give one.
And even those are amazing, by the way. The dive bag reel is so solid underwater.
John, congratulations on your amazing reel from DiveSoft.
Reel.
All right. That was it.
There's actually one more.
Oh. A DiveSoft Liberty?
When you got it is a DiveSoft Liberty.
But it's a puzzle. All right.
It's a puzzle.
DiveSoft Liberty puzzle. That's
it is
right.
a very difficult puzzle.
Yeah.
It is extremely difficult, yes.
It's so hard.
All right.
Funny.
Let's give away a very difficult puzzle. With my luck, that's probably what I get.
And you'll never, ever solve it.
Nope.
Can you do a Rubik's Cube?
Chad. Congratulations. I'm just saying, if you have a long deco stub, knock it out.
If I'm 58, do you think if I spent the rest of my life trying to solve a Rubik's Cube that I could ever get it right?
You probably have a better chance than making a computer.
Or a better chance that I'm going to get a free Liberty. I'll finish that Rubik's Cube.
Yes, that will be last.
Okay.
On the chances.
I think that's right. I want a Liberty.
All right. Congratulations to all the winners. Tons of prizes. Thank you, Adam, so much for showing us around as well. Big Bertha looks impressive. Very, very exciting.
You make amazing stuff.
Amazing stuff.
I think, you're another company that raises the standard for everybody.
And just to remind everyone,
awesome.
5% off DiveSoft equipment from Dive Right In. So make sure you get your stuff. Those analyzers are awesome.
Yeah,
they are the best.
DiveSoft show to take advantage of that. Adam, thanks so much. Go get some sleep. You got a long day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Especially because you're testing everything that we may eventually dive with. So rest up.
Love Czech Republic, by the way. Thank you. And by the way, use Dive Talk as the code.
Yes.
To get some free stuff, free stickers, and whatever Mike decides to throw in there.
There you go.
Very nice. That was great. That was some really good stuff. So we have
up next, we have
HOG/Edge.
Yes.
Okay.
Tons of stuff to talk about. So let's bring him in.
Yeah, Bob. I am looking forward to this presentation. The one, the only Bob Collins.
Yes.
Hey, Bob. Good to see
guys.
you again.
Hi,
How are you?
We're doing great. Can't wait to hear about your stuff. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
All right.
All right. We hear you.
What do you have for us, Bob?
Well, what I have brought out here to the table is some things I think most all the divers out there will be interested in. And I'd say the first one, of course, is going to be regulators. And I believe the guys got a HOG D3.
Yep.
Is that right? Did you guys get one?
Yes.
I believe so,
we did. We have it.
Okay.
It's in that
all
big
right.
box.
Well, the nice thing about the D3 is that it has such a compact shape. So it's really good for, your average diver. And of course, the tech guys love it.
Yeah.
And some of the guys that are diving side mount like it also because it's got the turret. It's environmentally sealed. It comes in either yoke or den, depending on your methodology for diving and such. And like I said, environmentally sealed. A lot of folks just think environmental sealing is really just for cold water, And that's not necessarily so, because we sell a lot of our equipment to the public safety teams and to some of the Navy divers. And one of the things that they tell us is that we love it in case we have to go into some of these really crappy environments. Maybe they're trying to recover a car in a retention pond or salt water. So environmental sealing sure makes a huge difference to a nice regulator. And they come, the units come with a turret. You can mount it either turret down or turret up, totally up to you. And they come with a 28-inch braided hose, so you get that super nice flexibility. Yes, I know a lot of the tech guys out there want to go with longer or shorter hoses, and they prefer to go with the rubber hoses, and that's fine. You can swap it out. And we've got a fully adjustable and balanced second stage. Now, the second stage is really nice, again, if you're diving in a current or against a current, because the purge button on here is really small. So you're not going to get any deflection if you happen to be in a small space with the strong current coming through.
That's
so
really important
nice.
for, well, we run into that a lot, obviously, in cave country and diving in the caves in Florida. As you know, there's super high flow, and the next thing you know, you got your rag bouncing over here
and
on
the
your
DPV,
side.
the DPV adds,
and the DPV with the speed. So that's really important.
Yeah, and one of the other things is the adjustability of the HOG second stages, be it the second stage that this, of course, is what we call the Zenith second. Again, a little smaller purge cover. We have what we call the Classic, which uses a little bigger purge cover, a little easier for maybe a novice diver to get their fingers on. But the adjustability is the same in either one. You've got your cracking or breaking pressure adjustment, and you've got your venturi adjustment. And this is really nice, especially since I'm located in Florida, and we have a lot of the northern divers coming down. Mm-hmm. When you're out there drift diving and you can keep your sensitivity, your venturi forward, then you have a tendency to save a little bit of gas. But let's say you're drifting along and you turn back and maybe your dive buddy has stopped to take some pictures, or is admiring a turtle under a ledge or something, mm-hmm. and you need to turn and swim into the current or to another portion of the reef, maybe there's a break, then you can just reach up and pull that lever back, and it gives you that extra sensitivity and that extra breathing that that we desire sometimes down there. Or maybe you get in a little bit of a, you become maybe a little bit anxious and you want that extra air. Mm-hmm. And of course, any diver out there that says they've never been anxious underwater, I think is maybe fibbing of just a little bit. But you're able to pull that lever back and give you just tons of air.
That's really nice.
That's the D3. And we're going to be giving one of these away to the nice. Dive Right In viewers on the virtual show here. So stick around for that. I've also got one of our new lights, and you can see it blinking. I had it on. This is called the DL35, and this is a 1600 lume light. And it's kind of nice because not only does it have the push button on and off, you've got different settings that you can do. And of course, you can just push it off. And here, right around the power button, what you're seeing is you can see how much power is in the system when the light's turned on. So it goes from green to blue to red, and it will flash red. It uses 2 rechargeable batteries, comes in the box, and as well as the charger. And these batteries can be had pretty much anywhere. So they're very, very popular. And that's a new addition to the DL19, which is an 1100 loom twist on and twist off. And if you go into the Dive Right In website and look around for the HOG lights, you'll see the DL19 that I just spoke about. You'll see a DL20, which is a 1000 lumen light. Their form factor is a little smaller than what you see here. I usually, when I dive, I'll take one, put a snap clip on it and hook it on my BC right here. That way, when I'm drifting along, if I want to see in a hole, maybe I'm looking under a ledge, like I said, maybe I want to see that turtle, I can just turn it and see it. So it makes it pretty simple. But if you check the website, you're going to see all three of these lights on there. And in addition, we're going to be giving away one of these in the drawing at the end of our session.
Yeah, I'm seeing comments that the HOG is on sale using the HOG sale coupon code until Sunday. I just wanted to mention that. That was in the comments.
Yeah. So, and that's kind of nice. Of course, Dive Right In, they always have great pricing and are big supporters of HOG. We also have here one of the computers that we started handling in 2019. And this is the Atmos mission computer. The one we had in 2019, 20, and 21 was called the M1 or the Mission 1. And it was a great computer, but early this year, we introduced the new Mission 2. And I've got one right here. It has a lot of great features. It's very activity centered. So you can do skiing, you can do swimming, you can do bicycling, you can do square dancing, whatever you might happen to want to do with as well as diving. It's a color computer. It has smartwatch capabilities. And here in my hand, I've got the white with silver version, which is the box down here. It also comes in a white with gold. It comes in a black with gold and a black with black bezel. And like I said, it does things like GPS. It has heart rate. It has a lot of different features that make diving so nice. And it's at a great price point. Again, if you'll check the Dive Right In website, talk to those folks, they can fix you up with one of these. And great reception by the public on the new Atmos Mission 2 dive computer. And I've got a few others. We've got a few other items over there that I'm going to show you. So I'm going to shift from here over there.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. This is the HOG Pro. The HOG Pro came out about 3 years ago, and the HOG Pro, its unique features are the fact that it is a hybrid style BCD. So it's not necessarily, I don't want to confuse it with a travel BC, but you can use it for travel. It's pretty lightweight. But the hybrid feature of it is the fact that the way the bladder is configured is that based on your positioning underwater, whether you're in the neutral buoyancy position or you're in an upright position, the cell actually allows the air to shift. So underwater, it feels like a back inflate, and on the surface, it feels like a jacket style. It has quick drop weight pockets here on the side. It also has trim pockets back here, so it comes as full featured. And it's just such a nice, comfortable BC, very open feeling when you're diving it. It also has some accessories that you can add on if you would like to. This is what we call the large utility pocket. Nice if you want to carry an extra mask, or maybe you're picking up trash off the reef, you can stick it in there. And down here, I've got a SMB reel pocket. So both of these are nice accessories. HOG is also known for a lot of little accessories like octo holders and gauge leashes. So again, check with Dive Right In Scuba to find this sort of thing to add to your BC. And at the end of the session, we're going to be raffling a HOG Pro away in your size. Now, I'm going to shift over and take a look at our total buoyancy control system. This is a backplate and wing system that has been crazy popular. And the nice thing about this system, and what you're going to see is what's on here is a 23-pound wing with an aluminum plate, and these are 10-pound weight pockets. Up there, I've got a 32-pound wing with a steel back plate hidden back there. And over behind that HOG Pro, what we had is there is a 60-pound wing for those public safety teams that need a higher lift capacity wing. Now, thing about this system is you can put together this system based on you, or you can put this system together. You know, if you want to travel with it, then make it a soft plate with the 23 and the small weight pockets. If you're a northern diver, dive in a dry suit, then you want a steel back plate, maybe the 32-pound wing, large weight pockets, trim weight pockets. It's a little bit like Burger King, get it your way. And if you want tartar sauce on your Whopper, then get that, however you want to handle that. But the total buoyancy control system is, again, the Dive Right In folks do a great job. They can customize it over the phone for you. HOG and our YouTube channel, I wanted to mention our YouTube channel, has about 10 or 12 videos that I've done. And those videos represent how to custom put together or custom build your total buoyancy control system. If you want the parts, this is just send you. And of course, the folks up there can help you do that if you would like. They're probably one of the best full service scuba shops around. So I'm going to go back over to the desk. And if we got any questions about any of the equipment, let me know. And we're going to give some stuff away. How about we do that?
Let's do it.
Yeah. There are some questions coming in. Some asked about air integration.
Yeah, Bob, are these air integrated, the mission computers?
You know, air integration is an important factor, but what we see a lot of times is those units that handle air integration are pretty pricey. This unit is extremely affordable. Again, I'm not going to quote the price over the air, but if you go to the Dive Right In website, you're going to see how affordable this computer is, being a color smart computer with all the capabilities that it's able to handle.
Yeah, and it's simple to add a basic SPG, you know, and those are always reliable. So very good. Let's see. We're scrolling through the questions. Give us a second. Let's see.
It uses your basic Bowman 16 algorithm. It is somewhat adjustable. It's not necessarily a tech computer, but of course it will do deep stops. It'll go into deco. There's some adjustability on the conservatism if you want to do that. So it's I'm going to be straightforward with you. It's not a Garmin Mark II, but it doesn't necessarily cost like that. You could just check it out. You'll exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it could be a great extra computer, right, as well. You know, a lot of people already have a computer, but that would be a great backup computer also if they already have a computer. If so that makes a lot of
guys,
sense.
one of the things that I see being an instructor and a course director is a lot of the new divers out there. They're looking for something a step above the basic entry level, and this the Atmos M2 fits perfectly into that spot. And of course, the nice thing about it, after you dive, you get off the dive boat, you go out to dinner, and you just use it as a regular watch. And it does have a few smartwatch features. Is it a watch that starts with an A? No, it's not. But you get text, you get emails, some things along those lines. It'll take care of you.
People are commenting how much they love the HOG. People said they bought it years ago from you. Best decision they ever made. Just giving you some of the feedback scrolling through on the comments. You have a lot of fans.
Excellent.
Yeah. And I think, some of the things that you didn't mention on the presentation are those little decisions that were made when this was designed that make it an even higher quality than usual, right? Like the fact that the dial right here on the side for Venturi and all of that is metal instead of plastic, like it is in most regulators, right? Like the fact that this always happens with this dial right here. You never know, like, is to the right close or to the left close. Like you never know which one it is. This one says it on the outside. It tells you when it's open or when it's closed, so you know exactly where to be, halfway or not. Nice. Just little details like that make this such a high quality second stage.
And the first stage is also top notch. I mean, super reliable, super heavy duty.
The first stage, we see a lot of cavers and a lot of wreck types. They just beat the tar out of these, out of these first stages, when it's up there.
Yep.
And of course, I've got, I would say, an extremely large number of public safety teams that have adapted and moved over to the HOG regulators. So because they're so bulletproof,
Yeah, we see a lot of our fellow cave divers using them. Absolutely,
for sure.
Yeah.
Amazing. So should we give something away? Should we start with a light?
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's give away a 1600 lumen light, the DL35. So if you guys want to spin that magic twanger you got up there,
let's do it.
Yes.
David Krasinski, congratulations. You just won a 1600 lumen HOG light.
Here it is.
There you go. DL35.
Cheers. It's a beauty.
Congratulations. The next thing we're going to give away is, let's give away the regulator. Yeah, a lot of people saying they need a regulator set, so we're going to give away the whole thing.
Well, this one.
Let's spin it up.
I was just going to mention.
Yes.
I was just going to mention, this is going to be the first, second, octo, and 2-gauge console.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Awesome. Wow. Alex, congratulations. So this is the whole set.
With the 2-gauge console. I mean, that's really amazing. More than and the octo. So that's a very nice prize.
Thanks, Bob.
And he can choose between yoke or DIN, whatever he happens to want to utilize.
That's
really
awesome.
Nice.
And why don't we move right over there and give away a HOG Pro?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Go for it.
Yes, sir.
Very nice. Look at that thing. I picture myself drifting along in Florida with that boy pulling out the DSMB.
Josh, congratulations. You get a Pro BCD from HOG.
Really nice.
Awesome.
Congratulations to everybody out there.
Yeah,
Woody, Gus, we appreciate you guys being here.
Yes,
Tim,
sir.
the guys at Dive Right In Scuba, Mike, everybody, Augie, everybody that's up there. Appreciate it. Kim, see you guys.
Yeah. Bob, thanks so much, buddy.
Chris said to give away an Atmos. Chris said tell Bob to give away an Atmos.
Hold on.
Chris Roberts said, "Tell Bob to give away an Atlas."
All right.
Legit.
All right.
Oh.
Hot off the press. Hot off the press.
Go ahead, Mike. You can announce it.
Hot off the press. Chris Roberts from HOG just said that Bob is supposed to give away an Atmos computer now also. So
Oh, wow.
one more.
This has been one of the this has been one of the
an
best
Atmos
giveaways.
computer.
Definitely one of the best giveaways of
Oh, did he?
vendors so far.
Okay.
All
right.
Atmos.
All right.
Here we go.
Let's do it.
Wally. You got it, Wally.
Is that one of your Woody variances that you've been entering with?
I mean, I may or may not have changed my name to Wally Colts.
Okay. All right. Well, congratulations,
awesome.
Wally.
That's
Thank
it,
you, Bob.
Wally.
Wally.
Congratulations, Wally. You'll love the computer.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Chris.
In the comments. Thanks, Wally.
Really, really
Collins,
nice,
everyone.
man. God,
All right, Bob.
Thanks, guys.
Great one.
you gave away a lot of stuff.
Appreciate it.
really, really nice quality stuff given away there.
So, Tim, do you mind if we take like a 5-minute break really quick before the next one? I think for
Absolutely.
everyone watching as well, they can take
What are
a
you going to
quick
do
break.
on your break?
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Can I
I'm
butt
going to
back
do the
in for a
same.
second?
I'm pee-pee.
Hey, just a heads up. The guy that won that was actually on YouTube saying he lost his like a year ago.
Wow.
What?
How funny is that he actually won it though? Like, what
No.
are legit the odds of that? Like, if you go
That
back and look,
is
me and Chris Roberts, the head guy at Hog, were having a conversation about how he lost his. Hog said they found one, it wasn't his, and lo and behold, he literally just won. So
yeah, that's
It was
crazy.
a-
Amazing.
That's super cool.
Only at the Time to Die virtual dive show.
I mean, yeah.
All right, guys.
keep it
Well, why don't you go take a quick
Pee-pee.
break.
Say what
Yeah.
it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
I like to
I
talk.
had to do that a few minutes ago. We're good.
We'll be back.
Awesome.
Thank
guys.
you.
Not in your dry suit. I see you.
All right, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in and watching the Time to Die virtual show. So we're doing 2 days, today and tomorrow, full of manufacturers bringing you their new equipment. As you can tell, every half hour you're getting to see a whole nother side of the dive industry, whether it's Czech Republic with the DiveSoft Liberty and their testing of that unit and their dive computers, or it's Dean Garafa over at Atomic, where regs are still made in America. So that was really cool. And yeah, I mean, some great technology behind their stuff. We saw some dry suits, DUI, Santee, the seal from Xdeep. It's been awesome. And we have Hollis, Oceanic, Ziegel, the guys all from Hewish. That's been a great show, or a great presentation as well. So keep tuning in. We're doing a little giveaway every half hour. At the end of the day today, we're going to do a $1,000 shopping spree. As you may have seen in the comments, there's been some coupons and things going on for the viewers of the show, shopping on the Dive Right in Scuba page. So we've got Hog Sale for a Hog equipment discount. We've got DiveSoft with DiveSoft Show. Check out some other promotions and things going on the website as well. I'm really excited for the next presentation. So we've got the guys at Dive Right in Florida. They're going to be unveiling a new product for us. We're going to give everybody just a few minutes here. All right. You just need a few more minutes here. I can hear you guys at Dive Right. If you guys are ready, we can get you on here in just a second.
Rush, I just want to make sure our mics were working.
Yeah, make sure we don't say anything that we're not supposed to.
You're not going to say anything. What's going on, guys?
What's going on?
What's going on, Tim?
Not too much. I figured those guys needed a break. They've literally been hanging out and talking the entire day. So give you a fresh face, and we'll talk about some new product here.
Yeah, I don't know though. I don't know. I have to look at your face the whole time. That's kind of weird. But hey, guys, I am Jared from Dive Right.
I'm Steve from Dive Right.
We're all on Steve here. I'm recovering from a little bit of jet lag from a rebreather Forum 4 over in Malta. So if I am a little bit down, then I'll let Steve come in. He's a always chipper guy. But we do have some really cool new products that we wanted to show to you guys today, which is the Nomad Ray. We released that last week, brand new. And this morning, we actually released for the first time pictures of all the colored models, which this is our first time that we're actually showing them live to the public. So we've got some cool new things to show you here with the pink and the green model. We also have a blue model and a red model floating around here that Mike can grab out. But the Nomad Ray has really been a source of excitement over the last couple of days. We're pretty excited about ourselves. We designed from the ground up an all new side mount system. A lot of testing went into this guy. We really have had it pretty much ready to release for like the last 6 months, and we just decided that we wanted to get as much feedback as we could, make sure there were no little small tweaks or changes that we wanted to make before we got it out to the general public. But this has really been a labor of love for probably about 2 years now.
We started talking about it in 2020. It started out with an update of the LS, and then as we looked into what people wanted and what customers were asking for and just features that we wanted, we realized, okay, this is not going to be an update. We're starting from scratch here to make all this stuff happen. It was a much more involved process than that. And so we ended up, all right, we're going from scratch.
Yeah, to kind of echo what Steve said there, about a little over 2 years ago, we decided that we wanted to redesign the LS. You know, part of what we do here is we never just let something sit on the shelf forever. We try to continuously update, continuously innovate. So we started to look at some of the feedback that we had gotten from divers out in the field, from instructors, just what people wanted to see in a new BC, what they were using, maybe other brands, you know, trying to see why they maybe were picking another brand over us. And we wanted to really tackle that. So we totally redesigned the shape of the wing. We added a little bit more lift. The Nomad Ray sits at about 42 pounds of lift, so a little bit better for diving things like steel tanks in a wetsuit, which we have some people that try to do that. I still recommend a dry suit for people with steel tanks. We wanted to keep some of the same features that we had come to love on the Nomad LS and our other Nomad models, like a top pull dump, that super fabric skid plate, some of those really, you know, I think key components that people have come to love the Nomad system. But we wanted to make some pretty big changes. One of those was going to a ray-shaped, you know, diamond-shaped wing instead of more of the you call it a triangle-shaped wing that we did
I'm going to
before.
butt in here a little bit. One of the ways we ended up at this shape was, you know, the LS is kind of a bit of a triangle shape. We needed to add more lift because people were wanting, you know, to dive with steels and stages and not necessarily in a dry suit. And we experimented. I probably have 30 different shells sitting upstairs of different things we cut up. We sewed things, we changed things, we messed with a few different bladders.
We took it diving.
We took it diving a lot.
Took it diving a lot.
Yeah, we took, and we got different people diving it, different sizes, and we ended up finding that this shape, from all the different shapes we tried, put the lift in the right spot, fit the most people, and you could get 42 pounds of lift, which we were shooting for somewhere between 40 and 45, without having the beach ball. People diving side mount want to have a nice low profile, even though you got to still have the right amount of air to have 42 pounds of lift. You can't hide it. You can't beat physics. Yeah. But this was what we kind of found as the best shape for meeting all those requirements.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, number one rule of diving is always look good. The rest of it, you know, the rest of us after the fact. So one of the big things that we had noticed with our unit and with other units on the market is that when you did fully inflate the BC, that no matter what you did, a lot of times they would start to raise up off the back, especially with some of the harnesses that have a separate harness and with a wing on the outside. When you fill up that wing all the way, it would start to raise up. So people do modifications, you know, putting bungee on the bottom to help hold it down, different things like that. We wanted to address that problem right out of the gate. You know, we want to make a system that no mods are necessary. So that's what we really strive to do. We also wanted to take into consideration, because we have always been, I don't know, not bullied, but chastised for only looking at the Florida cave diver. You know, the Florida cave diver with heavy steel tanks, not really taking into consideration guys that do dive aluminum tanks only or exclusively. So one of the big things we wanted to do with changing the shape of the bladder is make it to where the bottom is completely separate from the waistband. So that opens up to where you have full access to the waistband when it's on the diver. So if you're diving with aluminum tanks and you're needing to go to multiple different spots on the waistband clipping off, you can. And we actually include with the unit a set of our sliding D-rings on the waist. So you're set up right out of the gate to be able to do aluminum tanks. When we redesigned this, we also did a whole bunch of unique hardware. So in our previous models, we've always just used kind of basic 2-inch D-rings, 2-inch slides, nothing out of the ordinary. But we came up with some really low profile, good looking drop down D-rings that we went through probably 4 or 5 different iterations on. We have include with it a double D-ring on the butt for being able to clip off things like reels and other accessories. You can even add another 2-inch D-ring in the middle if you want to make it a tri D-ring. On the front, we did some special holders for actually holding your bungees. And what we're pretty excited about is these unique slides that we actually put onto the chest or onto the shoulder straps to hold our pull dump, our top pull dump. So in our previous models, and this has been used by some other manufacturers as well, they do a sleeve with a piece of tubing that runs through it. And the issue with that sleeve and that tube is that you're set to that size, right? So whenever we started putting this unit on smaller women or even just a shorter stature diver, or guys using a chest mount rebreather like our Choptima, trying to put D-rings up a little bit higher to clip off, they weren't able to because that sleeve was too long. So what we did is we made it to where now you can fine tune exactly how long you want that kind of guide to be and exactly where you want to put that pull dump at the top. So I think that was a pretty cool thing that we worked on for a while. We went through several iterations on this. We 3D printed a whole bunch of parts. We had some tests, a lot of test divers using them. And then eventually we actually went and had a new molded piece made for us. So I think that was pretty cool. Other couple of features, and we'll move on to some other products on the Nomad Ray. It does have a built-in weight system, a very low profile weight system. So there's no big bulky pockets that you're going to have there if you're not using them. They're all hidden inside the actual bladder. So all you got to do is open up that zipper, and on the inside you've got 3 weight pockets that can hold weight back there, which is we're pretty excited about. None of our Nomads to date have had a integrated weight system, so that was a pretty big addition for us. Did I miss anything on this?
Yeah, one of the most, I think, useful features on this whole system is how quick and easy it is to adjust. And one of our goals in designing this was make it easy for instructors to size their students quickly, so you don't spend your entire first day of class going through assembling this and, moving everything. And side mount is really finicky, so you're always toying with things to get it just right. We wanted to make it to where it was easily adjustable and quick. So you can adjust it at the top here. You can adjust it at the waist here on these transitions plates that we made. And just as a note, the shoulder straps and the waist strap are completely independent from each other. So there's this piece of webbing, this, and then the waist. So you can adjust any one of these without affecting the rest. So if you want to move this down or up or change this out, you can do it fairly quickly because you don't have to take the whole strap off and take every piece of hardware to get to this one. You can take it off from the top.
You can also change the harness type. So if you want to change it to a H-style harness, or if you want to change it to a pivot style harness like we've used on previous Nomad systems, you can easily do that as well. And the nice thing about this, the top webbing, the shoulder webbing, and the waist webbing can be completely replaced as well. They're totally independent, completely replaced. So you don't have to worry about maybe some of our previous models and some other models out there that have this waist or the shoulder straps actually sewn into the unit. So if you cut it too short, you put on a couple of pounds, or you lose a little bit of weight, or you wear it out, you can actually completely change that out if you want to.
The other pretty cool thing with adjustment and getting things fine-tuned to get it just right is this bungee system, where it's actually, let's see if you can see this. It's actually a quick adjust. It's held here, and the end of the bungee's got a knot on it, and it comes pretty long. It's too long for most people when it comes like this. So you can actually pull it out, and it'll take it in to whatever length you want. Then you tie your new knot, test it, and when it's right, you can just cut it off. And you can actually do this in the water when you're wearing the BC. Your buddy can come up next to you and he can tug on it, get your tank right. You know, once you think it's where it needs to be sitting, you can tie it and then go on. So it's really easy to do adjustments on that. The other thing is on the belly band, because if you want to have a BC that, you know, has a nice profile, you pretty much need a belly band to hold things together.
And if you want to have the bottom independent of the waist belt, you have to have that.
So the belly band has got this cool self-balancing toggle is what we're calling it, where you can hook it together. You just pull one side of it. You can do this while you're wearing it, get it how you like it, tie the knot and cut it off, and it'll equalize itself. So that holds everything down. And one of the ways we got this thing to sit really nice on a diver is there's 8 different connection points holding the outsides of the BC to the body. The bungee actually helps your tanks hold it to you, the shoulder straps hold it to you, the waist strap holds it to you, and then you got the crotch strap down here. And so there's multiple points all around the outside of this holding it down, which helps it sit really nice and maintain a really good profile.
Keeps that balloon from happening, which also means that when you are in the water that you can easily dump gas quickly and efficiently. One of the last key features of this that I'll mention, and then maybe we'll show you guys some other stuff, is that we did put this lower pull dump on the left-hand side, skewed to the left-hand side, but on the outside. So that really allows a diver to easily dump all of the gas out of the wing. When we, on our previous models and other models, if you have that pull dump on the inside, then you're always not, going to have some trapped air that you might have to roll or move to be able to dump. This, you have to do a very slight roll, and you can actually dump the whole bladder if you need to. You also, like I said, have that pull dump on the top. So if you are oriented, like we have many caves around here where you have to go up a crack, Devil's Eye, Little River, multiple places where you can't stay in a completely horizontal position. So dumping from the butt is not as ideal. You can actually dump on the way up out of those cracks. And the last thing is that you can actually switch the inflator from left to right. So I know a lot of the guys in Mexico, when they're diving with a dry suit, they like to switch sides for their inflator. For me, when I'm diving with my Choptima, I like to dive with the inflator on the other side. That way I can balance my tanks out for inflation versus diluent use.
And if you really wanted, you could put an OPV here, or you could put this cap down here. It's all interchangeable, so you can set it up to your preference.
Yeah, exactly. We have some guys that just don't really want to use that top dump that will actually, you can buy this blanking plug separately and can do that if you want to.
And then one more quick note is this comes also in a dual bladder version, which I think we got one over here. Yep. Just to show real quick, if you like to have your redundancy built in, or there's certain agencies where they require redundancy in your course, we do have a dual bladder available where you've got your main bladder here, and then you've got a 25-pound redundant bladder on the inside here.
And we really call that a bailout bladder because it's not that full, the full 42 pounds of lift. It is just something to get you to the surface, get it to the point where you can ditch out some weight, and get some assistance if you need it. So
let's get these off the table here.
So yeah, well, that's the Nomad Ray. So we're pretty excited about that. That is just now shipping. Dive Right and Scuba has all the colors on their website. So they are selling like hotcakes through this first batch. So be patient. Might be a week or two before you actually receive your order, but they are shipping out of our office right now. What we really wanted to show you guys this year at the Time to Dive was actually just new products. So we wanted to show you our new azimuth reels, which I'll let Steve is very, very excited about these. So I'll let him explain a little bit about this new reel that we came out with this year.
So the azimuth has got a bunch of, I'm not sure if we can, I guess we can see it pretty good. It's got a bunch of really cool features that that our engineer Daniel came up with. One of the most interesting, it's really nice, is this slot here lets you put your double ender against the handle and you can grab it and it's a comfortable grip. So you don't have to mess with taking this off or or changing it up while you're running the reel?
Yeah, mainly for doing those quick jumps or gaps where you maybe only have a little bit, or when you're in the process of reeling up, it's easy to keep that guy on if you need to. But then, of course, if you're running over a long distance, still easy to take it off and clip it.
And it's also got a groove on this end, so when it pops down, it can't hit the gate. You see people diving once in a while, and if they're sitting at the wrong angle or they put it on backwards, it'll pop off. But this has got it so it's really tricky to do it.
Yeah, I think that's something everybody learns in their cave courses about the proper clipping of a double ender on a sidewinder reel, because you can clip them in wrong and lose them. So this one, really, not going to say it's impossible, but it's a lot less likely to happen.
So another feature that it's got is the fuel gauge, which lets you know how much line is on it. Personally, I can look at the line and see how much is on it, but some people like that. So we've got that, which is a pretty cool thing. You got your line tied into the edge of the reel here. So if you get to the very end of it, you're not going to pop it off, and it's not going to be loose on the spindle where you're reeling and reeling, but having trouble getting it to catch. So it's real easy to reel back in, especially when you're at the very end of it. It's all machined acetal. It's really nice feel to it. He tightened up all of the tolerances on it in the machining, so it is a very, very smooth reel. And when you unwind it and reel it back in, you can feel the difference. It's got no chatter winding it back up, and it's really nice to use.
Which is a big change for us here at Dive Right. We've been making reels since we began in '84, but most of our reels for the last now close to 40 years have had an injection molded spool. And with an injection molded spool, you're always going to have some shrinkage or an expansion on the actual material when it comes out of the injection molding process. And because of that, there's always some slight variations in the specs on it and how it actually will perform. So we sometimes have to use washers and shims, things like that, to get it back in spec. But with these precision machine spools and frames, that's been eliminated completely. The one last feature, the big thing that's cool about this, even compared to some other sidewinder reels, I mean, I know that everybody's going, man, a reel is a reel, but there are some cool features on this, like the actual lockdown screw comes at an angle.
This is what sets this reel apart. You can see there's a bevel here, and this lockdown screw is going into it, and it actually pushes against it, and there's a little pad, which is going to be hard to see right here. So instead of jamming into the front of your spool, which when you tighten it down too much can crack it or just chip it up, and you're never really sure if it's really locked down, this actually pushes it slightly outward into that pad, and you can lock it down really tight, and it's not going to move. So when you lock it down, you don't have to worry about screwing up the edge of your reel, and you can really crank it down, and you're going to know that you're not going to have a trail of line dangling behind you.
You get a really positive lock, especially when you're tying into line or just hanging it off of your back.
And then we got one more little thing here. There's actually a pin, and this is a custom screw that we designed that locks in. So you can unscrew it, and on a lot of reels, if you unscrew it too much, you go run your line, and then you end up, where's the screw? And it was actually Justin Judd, when we were testing this, he was the one who broke it. And
one of our
employees
here, he lost the screw on a dive, and so we never let him live it down. And we call that the Justin feature.
The Justin feature. But so yeah, you can unscrew this all the way, and then it stops, and you can't get it out. So you're never going to lose that screw, and you're never going to chew up the edge of this reel. Yeah. So these are what kind of make this unique compared to anything else that we've ever done. And this feature here, I've never seen anywhere before. And it's really nice to be able to crank it down and not worry about it.
And in general, we went with a 200-foot spool option and a 400-foot spool option. These are really nice feeling size reels, and on top of just how they actually operate, they work good with dry gloves. I've tested them, and
that was one of the things working on the spacing for this handle. We tested it with a bunch of different people's hands.
This 200-foot one with dry gloves, and the 400-foot one's even bigger. But they are a really nice size, and even this one at 200 foot, we before had a 150 or a 250. This is right there in between on the length, but the actual physical size of it almost feels closer to the 150, but it really feels good in the water. So those we're pretty excited about. And then the one last new thing that I wanted to show you guys, because this actually came from the Time to Dive show. So last year, when you guys had Lamar at the show, a little bit older, bigger version of me, there was some talk about a short back plate. So a lot of smaller stature divers, I'm not just going to say women, but smaller stature divers, there is a need sometimes for a shorter back plate. And we released this at DEMA this year, the short back plate, which is right at 2 inches shorter. This is 15 inches. It's actually a little bit less than 2 inches, like 13.25 inches. This one is. So just slightly less than 2 inches shorter. And right now we have it in a heavy version. So this is actually a full 5-pound plate, just like a standard back plate. But we are releasing a lightweight version within a couple weeks. So look for that out there with all your local dealers.
Speaking of shorter stature divers, we forgot to mention on the Ray, one of the things when we were designing it, this ties into the short plate, is we purposefully made it short enough to fit on short people. Our LS was one of the things we had an issue with, was it went too high on the back on a lot of smaller people. And as side mount's getting more and more popular around the world, or I guess has been for the last several years, there's more people of different statures diving it. So a lot of the traditional side mount BCs were just too big, and there's a lot of them. So ours is 2 to 3 inches shorter than most other BCs on the market, and than our previous BCs as well. Yeah. So we wanted to be able to fit it on any body type. Yeah. I just wanted to throw that in there when we're talking about short plates for
sure. And even with that too, we've shown the Ray to some people, and maybe their first impression is maybe it's not going to fit the shorter people or the smaller in diameter people as well. But in general, we've actually found it to fit smaller people better, because that not only is it shorter, but also the wing itself is not tied to the waist belt, so it can actually go around the waist instead of being restricted by how much waist room you have on your waist belt. So it's worked out pretty good.
All right, let's see what else.
All right. So those are some of the news things. I don't know. Let's see if do we have any questions so far that we can cover.
I say we can do a little Q&A.
First of all, hello. How are you?
Hey.
What's going on?
You guys have a good bathroom break?
We were watching your presentation. We did have a good bathroom break. We were watching your presentation. I love that you brought the pink one out, of course.
Yeah, that was for you.
Now, that thing is really, really good looking. I got to tell you, you nailed it when you talked about how important it is to have ease of adjustment on those shoulder straps and when you're dealing with side mount rigs, right? Because, I mean, you could
It's like you want to try something new and you got this one little D-ring here, and then
everything
it takes
comes
20
out.
minutes to switch.
And 2 days of your class is just gone, basically dealing with just that. So that
was one of the things that we got as much feedback from instructors as we could on, what do you want to see? How can we help this make your course easier? And that was kind of where that came from.
Absolutely. And I love that you're also focused on the fact that we're not all the same size. And that was a big flaw out there for me. It was really difficult for a long time to find something that's comfortable in side mount. It's like I kept saying, like, this is great, but it's for giants. In my mind, giants. I mean, I'm 138 pounds, 5'8". I'm like, great, awesome design. If I was like 6'2" and weighed another 50 pounds.
Exactly.
Right. So for me, that's a real struggle for me. That really is.
Yeah. One of the good things that we have going on here is that we really have a pretty diverse employee base that are all divers. So we do have some short, small guys. We got some, skinny girls. We got some tall guys. So we really tested on everybody. So.
Yeah. And the other thing that you said, and I think it's, I just want to pick up on it a little bit. This is particularly related to cave diving. Not all of Florida cave diving is automatically steel, and not all of Florida cave diving is aluminum. It depends what you're doing. It depends what, cave you're going to dive in. It depends on you as well, right? I mean, steel's on me. I'm on the bottom of the cave.
Well, I mean, it's like they say, you ask 10 side mount divers what to do and you get 15 answers.
Exactly. So I really appreciate that you guys kind of pointed that out, that, hey, so we're not automatically just saying we're making everything for steels. No, and they don't at Dive Right. They focus on that.
So guys, can you talk about some of the things that you adjusted after you came up with the original prototype and started diving it, what are some of those things that you were like, okay, we got to get rid of this, we got to change that, we got to tweak this? Like, what are some of those things that are like battle tested?
The biggest thing that we spent the most time on, I think, was probably the shape.
Yeah, the shape
of the wing, and then also how we did the baffles on the inside. And our goal was to eliminate this beach ball, right? So we wanted to make sure there was no lifting off the back. And if I went to our internal website that we use for all of our communication and looked at how many videos there is of Steve swimming back and forth in the Jenny Ballroom Basin.
I made a lot of trips to the ballroom
with a GoPro on a rock, just filming himself with the profile of the wing. There's a ton of them. But that was probably the biggest thing. We probably went through no less than
20 plus,
probably 20
more
plus,
than 20 for sure.
We kept on taking the outer bag, cutting it up, and doing some sewing here, gluing some things. So that was probably the biggest struggle and the biggest thing that we had to continually work on. Little thing we talked about, like shortening it up. That originally we probably were about at the same height as the LS and some
we
of the
took
other
it.
models.
We thought we had made one that was shorter, and we got it kind of how we liked it, and we were like, all right, we're getting somewhere. Then we compared it to our LS, the old model, and we were like, shoot, we ended up just trying to get that lift. You know, you want to get this 40 to 45 pounds is kind of what most people are looking for.
Right.
So you're trying to get there, and so you're making it bigger and bigger and bigger, and you can't beat physics, right? I mean, you got to have a certain amount of air to displace enough water to get enough to lift your tanks how you want.
Yeah. So we went the other extreme, and we put all these tie downs and stuff and these bands across the back, and then we wouldn't end up with enough lift. You would have physically the right size BC, but then there wouldn't be enough lift to lift somebody off the bottom.
To make it both have a low profile and have enough lift, you had to really think about where you're putting your air, you know, in the small of your back and keeping it there, wrapping around the sides, but not having it pull the whole thing off your body. Because you see BCs out there that are real flat looking, but if you look from the back, there's a 6-inch gap between the person's back and where the bottom of the BC is. And so it's like trying to get, you know, we want everything to be as compact as possible, not only for looking cool in photos, but also for fitting in wrecks and caves, you know, fitting in narrower places.
Right.
And so getting that was definitely, you know, getting that bag to do all that while still fitting on a girl who's 5'4", or, you know, a skinny guy or whatever. That was definitely the challenge. And I think we ended up with a pretty darn good result.
Isn't it amazing how much there is to design? Like we're all lucky. We just see this finished product and we're like, okay, you know, it looks pretty good. Maybe I could to get it right, man. I like that you're describing this. It's so much time and money.
I can tell you, our bookkeeper, whenever we were getting that 20th prototype wing made, was about ready to strangle us. So,
I'm sure.
But yeah, definitely it takes a lot of time. And one of the things that we really wanted to do, because we've done it before. There's other brands have done it. You know, if you rush to get something out, then you've got that second generation coming out 3 months later. We didn't want to do that. We're pretty happy to say that we think this will be the version for several years to come until we decide to make some major changes. So,
or people recall them, right? That happens a lot too. They rush and release. Never mind.
A lot of the taller people are commenting, saying, you know, we've been talking about that you made some shorter plates and so forth. Have you? How is this thing on the big guys, on the taller people?
So this thing, you know, Steve, how tall are you? Like
I'm 6'2".
6'2".
Okay. And it doesn't go all the way to the top of your back, but you really don't want the lift up there. So on the taller guys, you still start the wing. You start a wing like right at the top of your butt, really. And so if you're taller, you just have more space on the top. But that keeps the lift down near your center, so it's going to keep you in trim better than having that lift up at your top, you know, because having your knees drop in side mounts is a really common issue. So it works great for tall people. There's no problem with it. You just have to make sure when you're adjusting it, if you are tall, resist the urge to kind of tighten the shoulder straps up to where it pulls it up. You actually want to make sure your waist strap it's not a waist strap really. It's like a gun belt. You know, you got it real low. And you want to have it on your hips. We should call it a hip strap, really.
Yeah.
I do want to remind everyone that if they use the code DiveRightShow, they get 10% off. However, some things are excluded, like the Nomad Ray is excluded. And also they can just buy a Choptima, 10% off, right? I mean, there's some things that are not
going
going
to
to
work. They could do that.
If Chris wants to.
Right.
But yeah, if you want like a Sidewinder Explorer reel, like the ones that you were showing earlier, 10% off on that. And also, one of the things that I have from Dive Ride are the CX2 lights, which I used to have on my DPV, and we're giving one away right now. So Tim, let's do it.
All right.
Let's spin the wheel.
All right.
There we go.
All right. Let's go ahead and give away a CX2.
Who is it going to be?
All right.
Michael.
Congratulations. CX2, solid light.
Definitely.
Why don't you give another one away, Tim? Why not?
What?
Wow.
All right. Let's do it.
Chop them up. Chop. Oh, no.
Woody Alpert.
Here we
Woody
go.
Not
Alpert,
today.
Woody Alpert. Woody. Oh.
We'll be giving away Jared's personal Optima.
Kea Gunderson.
All right. Awesome.
Congrats.
Steve's
Thank
over
you,
here trying
guys.
to give away my
Thanks,
top.
guys.
He's brought it out to play too.
Really detailed presentation. Thanks.
Yes.
I really love the focus on easy adjustment for the side mount diver. As we know, though, we never stop adjusting. I think you guys did.
No, it
that
never
as well.
ends.
It never ends, right? But
Where's
still,
the orange, though?
why not?
That's
Well,
really-
nobody.
Maybe one day. Maybe
likes-
soon.
Yeah, someday, but not anytime soon. But the pink is
Not
beautiful.
fully released, I guess.
No,
We
I
got
just-
the pink.
You know what I
So
say? You just need to go with pink.
Dive
gotta
Talk
get on-
special edition.
I just wish you would go with pink and then come on to the modern ties. No, that was an awesome presentation, and that is looking like one beautiful wing right there. That's for sure.
Thank you,
I
guys.
just got a text from John McCain, and he said go ahead and give away an XT4 as well.
What?
We'll do it.
Let's go ahead and give away
Really?
an XT4.
All right,
Oh
do
my
it.
Let's
goodness.
do it.
Beautiful.
What is that? Wait a minute. This wheel is.
Trying.
This
It's
wheel
trying.
is.
Come on, wheel.
What's going
I
on?
feel like.
It needs to be oiled.
KY.
KY King, get to the job. Get on your job.
Hey, what you do in your own time, you can do that.
That's
Right. Here we go.
exactly. Don't bring that up.
Let's try
Self-proclaimed KY King for dry suits. He told
that's
us that
not-
earlier.
I've
So
never
Hey,
said that.
it's water soluble.
no,
Exactly.
I'm sure somebody could put that on a BC
All right, here
for
we go.
you.
XT4.
4. All
All
right.
right, Bob.
Bob, congratulations.
Nice.
Very cool.
Thank you guys so much for the presentation.
you.
We really
Let's do it
appreciate
again
you.
next year.
Great work. Great stuff.
Good seeing you
Yeah,
guys.
we're excited to see the Nomads come in over the next week or so, and yeah, we'll be
Yeah.
excited to see them.
They're going to do
Thanks,
well. They're going to do really well.
Hey,
That's a
guys,
great.
We'll
That's
have a
great.
good rest of the show.
All right.
Thank
Thank you so
Drink some
much.
honey
Good
tea
job.
tonight. You guys need it. So,
Thanks, man.
Definitely.
All right.
righty.
Up next, Aqualung.
Yeah.
The,
Good old Aqualung.
One of the old
Legend.
old
It's like a legend in
manufacturers.
manufacturing.
Here we go.
Absolutely
Hey, Jeff,
legendary.
how you doing today?
This.
Great, Tim. How you doing?
Excellent. We got Woody and Gus here to
Howdy.
help us out and talk us through all the new Aqualung equipment.
How does my
Let's do it.
how's the viewing look? Good.
Yeah, we could
That looks
see
great.
perfect. We could see your logo there, and
Yeah.
How about the volume? Volume good?
volume
Let's
is
do
good.
it.
Oh, it's good.
Good.
Walk us through your stuff.
Well, good. Welcome. Thank you for having me, guys. My name is Jeff Wanschneider. I'm the Midwest Regional Manager for Aqualung. This November, I'll be starting my 31st year. And the
Wow.
coolest thing about it is we are a company of innovation. We continually are innovating our products, updating our products, and changing them around to be better. And the Legend Regulator that I'm presenting today is just a prime example of that. This regulator started in 2002, and we are on our third update to it now, with updates to changes in the body, materials, performance, work of breathing. And it just has come a long way over the time and has done a great job for us. It is a 4-regulator series. It starts with the Legend Elite Black Edition, which unfortunately I don't have a sample of today, and you probably cannot see it very well in this picture. It is on the Dive Right In website. It retails at $12.99, and there is a trademarked material that is on the second stage, which I believe is pronounced Titadur. It's Titadur, and it is a material that has a stronger, more durable coating and also better resistance to scratching. So for that extra price over the Legend Elite, there is a little bit more durability to the product. When we talk about the Legend series, we do get a lot of help in the design of this product from Apex, and that is the environmentally sealed first stage that allows the diver to have better performance as you go deeper. So what that basically means is as you go deeper, the Regulator breathes a little bit better because we get a little bit of a high pressure boost. Now, when you look at the Regulator itself, in all 4 of these models, the first stage, as I said, is identical. There are 2 high pressure ports, 4 low pressure ports. And what we've done in the 3rd edition model is many divers are familiar with a heat exchanger on the second stage in order to improve cold water capabilities. But what Aqualung has done is they've moved that heat exchanger onto the spring retainer on the first stage. And what's unique about this product, because in cold water, if you were to actually have ice build up, it would be on all around the first stage, very similar to the MTXR or the MTXRC. And again, that spring retainer has dramatically improved the cold water capabilities. In the upgrades, we've also on all 4 models, we have moved to what we call the auto closure device. And basically what that does is when you remove the dust cap on the inlet fitting here, as you turn the yoke screw onto your tank, the inlet fitting actually gets pushed open and the Regulator is actually working as you inhale and exhale. And then when I remove it from my tank, it basically closes. So if you were to forget to put the dust cap on or the water protector on, if you would immerse this first stage in water, there would be absolutely no water that would go into the unit. And that has been a very good addition to this product for divers, new divers. Even if you were to leave your product maybe down at the resort, down at the water where someone is taking care of it, we all know that sometimes that product is not taken care of the same way. And again, does help with protection. Now, we do recommend that this dust cap or this water protector cap is continued to be used in order to protect this inlet fitting, because you do not want to have any, any scrapes or any NARS to it, so you use that dust cap with the yoke screw in order to protect it. Now, getting to the differences between the 4 different models, mostly the changes all take place in the second stage. So when you talk about the Legend Elite, now from the Black Edition to the Black Edition Elite to the Elite model, basically you're getting the black coating in the Black Edition and you're not getting it in the Elite. When you look at the Elite model, which retails at $1,199, looks like you got a picture of it there. That's awesome. Thank you. Basically, what we look at is the adjustment on the second stage. Isn't it good looking?
Yeah.
It's really sharp, great shelf appeal, great metal ring around the front, the purge button, great detail. But when you have when you have it all the way to the front, it's in the positive position, giving you the most breathability. And then we have the Venturi lever, secondly, which allows the diver to kind of have what I would call a fine-tune adjustment. So as it's all the way open, the Venturi is all the way open. As you back it off, you have the ability to use the Venturi kind of separately to help kind of fine tune or maybe a micro adjustment, if you will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's called the instructor demo mode. When you show it to your students, because your students are like, how good is your regulator? Can I test it? I crank this up to maximum everything. And then they test it. He's like, oh, wow. It's so cool. But yeah, that's all Venturi stuff.
Right. And that's what also allows that regulator to breathe the best in order to show the consumer, the quality of the regulator. And also it's the best work of breathing.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
One of the other improvements that we had made on the Legend 3 model is we've improved, made the exhaust tee a little bit bigger. And as you can see, the holes on the exhaust tee are also bigger, which helps with the exhaust performance. Remember, in work of breathing, it is your opening effort or your cracking effort. It is your inlet breathing, and then it is your exhaust breathing that ends up giving you your joules per liter in what we would call work of breathing. So just to give you a little bit of an idea, on the Legend originally when it came out, it was about a 0.89 work of breathing, and we've got it down to 0.79 work of breathing. So it doesn't seem like a huge improvement, but that small increment over time is major league as far as improvement from work of breathing.
Awesome.
As you step down in models, we have what we call the Legend MBS, which again, same first stage, a little bit different second stage. It retails at $1,099. And we do have the second stage adjustment this time. But what we've done is we have what we call the MBS, or the Master Breathing System. And what happens is when the adjustment knob is all the way towards you diving, that is the minimum effort. As you begin to open the second stage, what will happen is eventually the Venturi will kick in and allow the regulator to breathe better. Now, what have we lost? We've lost that micro adjustment with the Venturi switch. So that we're seeing the Elite box there.
Love the box, by the way.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah,
Just want to go diving when I look at that box.
Again, something we like to do to help with our retailers and help with merchandising on store or online, kind of just makes the product pop a little bit more. So again, that would be the Legend MBS.
Okay.
Nice.
Very nice.
As you move down one more model to the standard Legend, it retails at $879. And what we've done here is on the second stage, we have eliminated the adjustment completely and made it real simple with just the Venturi switch.
Okay.
So again, this could be a very popular regulator for our retailers in rental. Again, just as students are diving and learning diving in the pool, it's one less thing that they kind of have to mess with or futz with, if you will. Right. I will add also, too, on all of these models, we offer what's called a lip guard. And that lip guard is on the mouthpiece. And it basically, when the regulator is in your mouth, it is kind of like a pacifier that protects your lips and your mouth from the cold water. Okay, this piece is removable, all right, which makes it really nice. And if you've ever used one of these in cold water, you will truly know the benefits of what this does for you. We also have the ComfoBite mouthpiece, which is also a patent of our product. And it helps with the top piece of the mouthpiece to kind of fit on the roof of your mouth, kind of holds the regulator in your mouth. It's actually done from a dental design.
So Jeff, we have a question here. What is the recommended service interval on those regulators?
Service, is that what you said?
Yep.
Yeah. Yes. What we have at Aqualung is the first year you own it, you bring it back to your retailer or bring it back to Dive Right In for an inspection. The second year, fourth year, and even number of years, you bring it in for a complete overhaul.
Yeah.
So as long as you keep doing that, the parts are free for the life of the regulator.
Yep. And I just wanted to mention that for the first 5 years is free regulator service. So even if it needs to be, serviced every year, as you mentioned, or every second year for complete overhaul, all of that is included for 5 years with Dive Right and Scuba.
Awesome.
So even though the parts are free, typically you pay for the service, like the labor you have to pay for, even though the parts are free. In this case, for 5 years, it will be all included.
Yeah, that's a fabulous add-on and a fabulous benefit to the consumer with having less out-of-pocket expense to own the product. So that's a plus. So,
awesome.
Any other questions on the Legend before I move on to the Helix and the Helix Compact?
So real quick, a lot of comments. We're all cold water divers. The lip shield is one of our most popular accessories. Yeah, they're 100% available. If you're on the website, just type in lip shield. It pops right up. We always keep them in stock. So we'll send one down to Woody too to keep his lips warm. But it's amazing that it works.
It is amazing.
Well, when you open the door for me like that, I don't even know where to go. But I could go. I definitely want my lips warm.
I would have to add that the ComfoBite mouthpiece is a very similar feature. And just a quick story to add, I loaned out some regulators to a dealer in Nebraska, and he had sent them back to me. And I was diving in Cozumel, and it just didn't feel right in my mouth. And after 2 dives, it's like, what's going on here? I looked at it. They had changed the mouthpiece. I didn't even realize it, and it was, again, just something that you get so used to. Yeah. That's a great product that when it's taken away, you really notice it.
That's a cool feature.
Yeah. All right, moving on. I'm moving into the Helix series now, which is a 4-regulator series, if you will. We designate what we call Helix and Helix Pro, and the biggest difference is in the first stage. When we talk about a Helix Pro, we have the environmental dry kit on it. Again, recommended for 50 degrees and below. However, that environmental kit also does a tremendous job of keeping salt water out of the product, therefore making it easier for technicians to work on. And again, if sometimes consumers are one that maybe only get it worked on every 5 or 6 years, when you do have, again, something we do not recommend, but happens, if you have that environmental kit on it, it does make it easier for that technician to work on it, do the overhaul, and then change the parts and so forth.
Yeah, less corrosion. Florida divers are going to be in that salt water all the time, and even if you rinse it, it's going to eventually.
Yeah, and that Helix comes in a couple of different variances, right? The Pro,
it comes in the Helix and the Helix Pro. So the Pro would have the environmental kit. The Pro also has the ACD on it. So the Helix Pro retails at $605.
Okay.
The Helix itself retails at $535. Wow. There is no ACD on the Helix. Okay. So if you're a consumer that wants that auto closure device, I would definitely recommend stepping up to the Helix Pro. Okay?
What's the difference between the Helix Pro and the Helix Compact Pro?
Good question, because that's exactly where I was moving to.
All right.
The new regulator line that we just started, Helix was launched last year. The Helix Compact and the Helix Compact Pro was launched this year. And the biggest difference is the size and weight of the second stage. It's about 10% lighter and about 10% smaller. So again, still a good cold water regulator because it has the environmental kit on it.
Yeah, that makes a difference on a long dive. It does. Awesome. You can definitely get fatigued for sure.
It does. And we do offer the second stage adjustment. So we had a previous regulator out in the market that was a travel regulator only, and it was called the Micron. And this Helix and this Helix Pro has taken its spot and taken its replacement. So again, all 4 of these models have 2 high pressure ports, 4 low pressure ports, and have the Pro Series has the environmental kit on it again, and also the ACD.
Okay. Nice.
That's awesome.
So we do also have, I did not fail to mention, in the Legend series, we do have a Legend Octo that retails at $320.
Yeah.
In Helix series, we have a Helix Octo, and we also have a Helix Compact Octo that retails at $295, and again is just a little bit smaller, lighter weight. All of the models would have the Venturi lever on it, and of course we know when it's in your mouth, you want that in the positive position. When it's not in your mouth and it's in an octo holder or in an octo pocket, it's designed to have it in a negative position, which eliminates the free flowing as it gets dipped in water. All of these octos are also too what we call pneumatically balanced. And that's kind of important when you talk about the overbalancing of the Legend. Having a pneumatically balanced second stage is important. And kind of in layman's terms, there is a breathing valve or a breathing body inside of here. And when it's pneumatically balanced, the air works equally on both sides. So what happens is when you have that overbalancing kick in, a lot of times that octopus will not free flow or will not bubble. Sometimes that if you had a non-pneumatically balanced octo, when that overbalancing kicks in, you could see a little bit of free flow, a little bit of trickle. The pneumatically balanced second stage also allows for just a little bit finer breathing. When you look at the breathing curve, it's not so much sawtooth, but it's just very easy breathing. As that inhalation stops, the regulator is still kind of, that second stage is still giving you air. And a lot of newer divers, a lot of divers that exert a lot of energy, are swimming against a current or swimming after something to take a picture, possibly if you're a photographer, that better breathing of a regulator is really, really awesome and helpful.
Yeah, I always see you guys having tech classes at DEMA, and a lot of the techs have always commented that, and there's one here from David, I love working on Aqualung regs. Thanks for making your regs easy to work on for us. So whatever you're doing, they very much appreciate that. And that's a big deal. You know, you want your regs easy to service, and Aqualung has a tremendous network of technicians. So you can get those things serviced, you know, wherever you're at. And that's important. It really is. You could even have the need, for example, when you're away on a trip, something happened to your reg. So you want a brand like Aqualung that's well-known, well-distributed around the world, and frankly can be serviced easily just in case everywhere. And that's something you guys do a great job with. Yeah. I like that.
Just to add to that comment, when our engineers are working on changes to a regulator or a new regulator, it is extremely important to continue to use as many common parts as possible, because that's what allows us to keep that lifetime parts agreement going. Again, at the end of the day, it's very beneficial for the consumers when we talk about out-of-pocket expense after at ownership.
Yeah, that lifetime parts guarantee is. Do you have to get it serviced every year? Is that what it?
2 years.
Well, what is it? You do need to stay online with. First, it has to purchase from an authorized retailer, so it doesn't include eBay or used sales.
Yep.
And then second would be the consumer has to fall into the inspection, overhaul, continuously year after year. If they do miss one of those dates, technically speaking, the warranty is null and void.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to show us, Jeff?
If I have 2 minutes, I do have
Let's do it. Yes.
A quick, we've just done some relaunch into what we call the Axiom i3, which is a BC we've had out for about 8 years or so. And if you look closely at this BC, you'll notice that the power inflator is missing. So what we've basically done is we have created a inflate deflate mechanism here on the side. It's a handle.
Wow.
All right. It's very simple. If you want to go down, you push down. If you want to go up, you push up, and the BC will inflate.
Yeah, I've used that. It's really cool. That's really
neat.
It
is. And it's proven that a newer diver improves their buoyancy skills faster with this product. And it's actually done on what we call a push rod system. So any of us who have experienced shifters on a bike or brakes on a bike, that's a push rod system. And the beauty of this is the push rods are inside the bladder. And when you dump, whether you go down feet first or head first, the upper and lower valve are both activated with a one-way valve. So air is just coming out. So air comes out of its highest point, and the diver doesn't have to struggle with, you see them all the time. They're going down, head first, and they're doing this versus pulling this one, or they're going down feet first and they're pulling this dump. And again, we all know air comes out of the highest point, and that just eliminates that from the diver. And again, makes it a little bit easier. It also does eliminate one hose. In closing here real quick, because there's probably going to be some questions, we do a oral inflator. So obviously if you had a situation where you're out of air, you have the ability to inflate the BC this way. And then this is also a multi-port. So if somebody wanted to put a power inflator on it, somebody wanted to put an air source on it, they could.
Yeah, my daughter has this BC. Yeah, she loves it for the simplicity. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah. And we do this in the Axiom i3 for the men, and also the Axiom for the women as well.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Very nice.
Yeah, if you guys are watching this and have any questions, feel free to ask and we will answer them. Also, remember to enter the giveaway, which we have coming up pretty soon. So let's share the link once again and give people a chance to sign up. We'll be giving away a regulator bag, Aqualung regulator bag. I have one of those for my Legend.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, I would be happy to pass out my email as well. If people have any other additional questions, I would be happy to answer them at a different time. I do answer all consumer emails in order to help with sales through Dive Right In. And that email is jwand@aqualung.com.
Awesome.
I think the link has been just now put up on the comments.
Yep. The link is out, so make sure you sign up. Giving people
I'm happy to answer all questions. And I would also add Dive Right In offers tremendous service.
They do.
Consumers are so happy after purchasing products there. They just do a great job.
They do. I'm a customer of theirs, and that is so true. I've been saying that throughout the show. They are top notch. And we keep saying they really know the products and they take the time to figure out what's best for you. So
true.
Great dealer. I'm just reading through the comments. Just give us
this one is more of a technical one. It's like, what happens if you have an emergency ascent, like the BCD is inflating? When you have the regular inflator, you can just unplug the hose and
there's two things you can do. Number one, you can unplug the hose down here, very similar to what you would do if it was on your power inflator.
Right.
Or you can activate the pull dump here or the pull dump in the back.
Okay.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. I think it's time we give away this regulator bag. So let's bring the wheel, Tim. Let's spin it up.
All right.
Let's
Here
see
we
who
go.
gets a regulator bag.
These are really nice to keep your regs safe when you're traveling and stuff. I use a few.
Thor. Wait, what?
All right.
Wow. You would think he owns whatever he wants.
Yeah, I mean, Thor is badass.
Right? Well, Thor is the winner of the Aqualung regulator bag. Like you said, I have one too, and I keep my computer in there. You can fit more than just the regulator, so it's cool. I appreciate the presentation, Jeff. Anything else you want to say?
I think only thing I would like to add, I think, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm doing the Apex seminar at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Great.
Yep. So we've got you slated tomorrow, Apex. We're going to be launching the new DSX computer, and that is 1 o'clock tomorrow. Yeah, Central.
Oh, this is a good question.
So
Jeff, before you go.
Hold on. Another good question.
Yeah, one last question. How do you orally inflate that thing? That's a good question.
Kind of hard to see from
He
the
showed
picture,
that. Yeah. Go
but
ahead.
the hose that comes out, basically, if you put it against your lips,
It's really easy. I've done it on this one.
Yeah, nice.
You cut that little
So
thing.
you don't
he's
have
putting
to
against
press
his leg.
buttons.
That little thing pushes in a little, and it opens it up.
Yeah.
Super
Yeah.
easy.
That's great.
the other
Awesome.
thing that this BC has real quick, which is where the comfort comes in, is the harness system that's in it. Just incredibly comfortable. What happens is the BC inflates this way, but the harness system still stays attached to your body. So the harness is just incredible
awesome.
for comfort and tank stability.
It's good stuff. Great products, and you're known around the world, so that's important.
And that retails at $7.99. I think I failed to mention that.
Okay. Very, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you,
Yeah,
guys.
thanks, Jeff.
Have a great day. Have a great evening.
We'll see you tomorrow.
You too.
Again.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right.
Wow,
guys.
so many. I don't need every time a vendor's coming on. The products are just great, and I love it. The scuba industry is improving, and you've got so many great products out there now.
Yep. Next
people
up,
safe.
we have Light in Motion,
Okay.
which you've used for a few years.
Yeah, I used Light in
Solar?
Motion, that particular light right there. For many years, I used that as a nice primary. I mean, it's really, really great light for putting on your wrist, right? Because that strap is just, that thing is like, you don't even know it's there. And when I'm underneath ledges and stuff in Florida, got a lot of different settings on it, wide beam, narrow beam. Anyway, they'll tell you more about it, but that's a very popular light, I bet, Tim, for you guys, right? This light, I have a feeling, sells very well. Yeah, it's a great light.
Amy, how are you today?
Hi, Tim. I'm doing good. How about you?
Excellent. So we're here with Woody and Gus. And
hello.
We're excited to hear all about your lights.
Hey, thanks for the intro. Hi, Woody. Hi, Gus. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. All right, light us up.
Let's do it.
Perfect. So we are a California-based manufacturer. Our factory is located in Marina, California, and we design and build all of our dive lights right here. So we have everything under the same roof. We are known in the industry by having the best ratio of power per size. So they're the most compact dive lights out in the market, as you can see here. They all the dive models come with a adjustable hand strap. So like they were just mentioning this hand strap here. It's super convenient for you to be able to dive hands-free and easy to adjust. It fits a variety of hand sizes, and it's easy to adjust even with gloves as well, right?
It is. I used it for many years. Super comfortable.
Something that's very cool about these lights, they're all rechargeable, and you have this very cool slider system. So this slider system here was designed with the diver in mind. So it's easy to adjust even when you're using thick gloves. So you can just adjust the mode you like, either spot, which is usually 12 degrees, to flood, or you can increase the intensity of the light. And you see how much, you can see also what is the intensity of the light and how much battery you still have in each light, because the LED indicators here will change colors as well, depending on the runtime. So that's a cool summary of our 2L models, which are these models that are very compact here. We have a variety. Yeah.
I was just telling Gus how to use it. He was playing with it. So quick tutorial on it.
I was just playing.
Is this the first time you've been with one of those 2500s?
I don't know if it's the first one with a 2500. It's definitely not the first time with a Sola. I like the actually one of the features that I like the most. I don't think you've mentioned is the fact that you can lock the trigger. I like that because in transportation, it's happened to me before. You dump it in a scuba bag with all your stuff, and you get on the boat, and you're gonna put it on and realize it's been on for like an hour.
Yes.
So I like the fact that you can lock it just by twisting the thing. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's also one of my personal favorite features. There are two types of lock, right? So you have the mechanical lock, which you can lock when the light is off, or you can lock in a certain setting when you're diving. And you also have a electronic travel lockout mode. So if you hold the slider forward for 4 seconds, you engage the electronic travel lockout, and then you see this flash red lights.
Yeah, I've done that a few times by accident. I'm like, I can't get my light back on. Oh yeah, I remember. I gotta rehold it for another 4 seconds, and then it clicks back on underwater. I've done that to myself, but it is a good feature.
Exactly, it's a safety feature.
Cool.
Okay, well that light is awesome. Used it for many years. Really bright, a lot of lumens. So you can get a lot of power out of that thing if you need it.
2500 lumen. For this model, you got 2500 lumens in a 60-degree flood. And then you have 1200 lumens on a 12-degree spot. And you can easily switch modes by just pushing the slider backwards, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So great for video. You know, you're taking a video, you quickly go to the wide angle, and then changes everything. So it's really, really a great all-encompassing light.
That's right. Something else that is cool about this light is, I mean, it does come with the hand strap. However, it is also compatible with a multitude of different mounting systems. So you can swap that for a lock line or a ball mount if you're trying to set this light up with your camera tray as well. So you can use it for both dive and imaging purposes as well.
Awesome.
So yeah, this is one of my favorite models. This model right now is, we have a very special sale going on. So you guys should get in touch with Dive Right In Scuba. It is 40% off for a very limited time.
$299.
That's right.
The light now.
$199 to $299.
Really good deal.
Absolutely. Also, 10% off if you don't want to buy this specific model. Let's say you want a more powerful one or different ones. 10% off with Light and Motion Show as your coupon code from Dive Right In Scuba.
All right. There comes a little camera video light action.
Let's do it.
Right here. So what I'm holding right now, this is the 2500 Flood Action Kit. So this is one of the best cost-effective compact camera trays out in the market. You come with a tray. It's a small tray, so it's compatible with GoPros, and it comes with the lock line arms and the two 2500 floodlights. So you get a total of 5,000 lumens, and this goes out for a total of $649. So it's one of the best, it's the best bang for your buck if you're trying to get started on imaging, or if you're looking into having that compact setup paired up with your GoPro for traveling as well.
Definitely.
That's awesome.
Something that is very cool about these lights and all of our lights, they're all regulated, which means that the light output will not drop out throughout the dive. So it will be constant the entire time of the dive. This is a great feature if you're doing videos underwater, if you're doing photos, because you don't need to constantly adjust your settings because the light is constant. We chose to give the user the ability to choose the output and runtime by adjusting the output there.
Very nice.
Awesome.
Cool. So I also have another light here, which is one of our specialty lights. One of my personal favorites. This is the Sola Night Sea, which is a blue light. This light is special because it will help to excite the proteins in certain organisms, such as corals, crabs, eels. So it's great if you're ever doing that tropical dive and you want to have a different experience. You can take this light out.
I've seen people use this on night dives. It really does some cool things to the reef.
This is very cool. Yeah, you can, this rock right here has some fluorescent proteins, minerals in them. So when you're using your yellow filter, so what this yellow filter does is it blocks the light. So you can see, it might be a little bit hard to see from, because I only have one hand here. But then you will be able to see those minerals fluorescence, which is extremely cool.
It is. I have seen that in action. It's really fun at night.
It is. And it also comes with this cool filter. What this filter will do is whenever you add that to the front of the light here, it will change the blue light into a white light to help with navigation.
Nice.
So this is one of our specialty lights. We have so many different lights for different divers. We have lights that have a, like red beam angle or red in spot and flood angle. Some of those are great for either a focus light if you're doing, if you're using strobes and you need a small compact light to shoot your subject without scaring your, octopus or animals that will get scared with constant light.
I talk about that all the time, especially with octopus, because you're torturing that animal. If you shine a tight beam right on them, you'll just see them back away, right? So I loved where the Soul Eye would always put the wide angle on it and actually point the light away from the octopus a little bit and just let the wide angle part of the beam sort of overlay on the octopus, and then they don't like freak out and run away with you, because these nocturnal animals, they don't want that direct light, and it's plenty of light still to get decent nighttime photography. So I'm really glad you brought up that point. I talk about that a lot on Dive Talk. I mean, octopus are not even from this planet. How are they supposed to have direct light like that shined on them? How do we know what lights they used in their planet, for example?
That's true,
a good point. Yeah, that is true. See?
That
is true. Absolutely, that's true.
And yeah, if you're able to, get in the water and if your plan is to take the most natural image of that certain animal, those lights are very good because they won't interfere with the natural behavior.
Definitely. Really important. Yeah.
Awesome. So what is the most popular light that you guys sell that, most people seem to gravitate towards?
Yeah, so we have a variety. So we have the Gobi lights, which are the handheld compact lights. They have a lower price point. And a lot of divers use this as a secondary light, or free divers use it as their primary light. And then jumping into the Sola line, our first model starts at the 1200 and all the way over to the Sola Video Pro 15,000, which is the light that's for, it's a monster light. It's bigger. You can get a lot of power out of it.
Do you have one that we can see?
Yeah, I do. Give me 1 second and I'll bring it over.
Yeah, we have time. That baby over. We got time.
Yeah.
We could talk about octopus.
No.
9 brains.
Let's not.
9 brains. Just think about that level of intelligence.
And
they definitely have a personality. I think they have self-awareness. You can't trace their DNA. So let's not blind them. Let's use the Sola wide angle beam on them. So somebody asked about also, I think it was Sean, do they still make the UV model? I suggest for warm water salt dive. So we'll get to that in a second after you show us the monster light. That's a question he asked. You still make the UV model? Not sure what he's.
No, so we don't make any UV models.
Okay.
The closest we have from that is the blue light for the Solar Night C that I just showed you. So that light will have the same effect as a UV light, right? It will excite the proteins of these animals where you get to see that fluorescence. There was actually a study from Dr. Charles Moselle. He's a scientist, one of the pioneers in the fluorescence science here in the United States, and he helped us to design and identify the best wavelength for those results.
Wow.
Yeah,
awesome.
that's how we came up with this light.
Very cool.
Yeah. The other thing about the Solas is that the charger is magnetic on the back, right? You don't have to take them apart or whatever to charge them.
Yes, so the charger, you don't need to really open a light. They're factory sealed. You just connect the charger on the back of the light there.
A little 3-prong charger comes with it. Simple.
It's very easy. I mean, if you're always concerned about, swapping batteries, this is definitely not something you need to worry about with the solar lights. It's one less thing that you need to worry before your dive, before getting ready. All you need to do is make sure that they're charged before the dive.
I had mine for many years, and I don't really notice any difference in the battery or anything. So great light.
That's awesome. So what happened with the 15,000 lumen light?
The 15?
Oh, I have a coworker bringing the 15,000 lumen light over here.
Somebody made a comment about it. There is a flat and dome port on the 15,000 and a huge difference in price. What drives that? What are the benefits of each? I think that's a great question. I think you could address.
Of course. So the difference between the dome and the flat port is the beam angle. So for the flat port, you're going to have a beam angle of 90 degrees. For the dome port, you're going to have a beam angle of 115 degrees. So it's very wide. And these angles are measured underwater, right? So for example, there is a difference between measuring a beam angle outside the water. And when you take that underwater, the beam angle is usually reduced by 30%. So those the measurement we're giving it to people are already the underwater measurements. The 115 beam angle is actually one of the widest we have, and is one of the widest available in the market.
Light up a cave on that thing, wouldn't you? Just boom, the whole cave would light up.
Yeah, you can see everything. It has a very soft drop off. It's very nice for wide angle. The 90 degree, you're going to see that sharp end, but you get more light in that area, right? And then as far as the price difference, the dome port was something that was developed. It's a newer product. So yeah, we would mostly just have to I would have to take a look on the price point for the flat. It's been a while since I saw that. Since it's been a little bit it was released a couple of years ago.
Okay, cool. There's no canister lights, right? Some people are asking, do you guys make any or have any plans for those?
We don't have any canister lights. What we have is the Solar Dive Pro 2000 here. It does not have a external battery source attached to it. However, you have a much longer runtime. So the runtime of this light right here ranges from 50 minutes on high to 12 hours on the lowest.
Wow,
level.
That's nice.
This is a great light. As you can see here, this is a spot only light, and it offers the light beam is in a 8 penetrating degree. So it's very tight, and it's great for conditions where you need a spotlight for additional visibility. So this one can travel very far in the water column.
Nice.
Definitely nice. Really, really awesome lights. Used a lot of those for many, many years, including the Gobi. I would always have that in my pocket, pop that baby out. Yeah.
Yeah, and one fun thing about Gobi is that those lights are not only meant for underwater use, they're also meant for topside use. So
I didn't know that.
Lights, yep, you can use them for everything.
I did not know that. Oh, here comes the monster. Boom.
So that's a 15,000 lumen one.
Look at that thing.
Here is the 15,000 lumen light. In the back here, you're going to see that it has a LED display. It's going to tell you the runtime of the light, how much juice do you have left. It's going to tell you exactly what is the lumen output by the 100 lumen setting. So you have full control of the lumen output out here.
Nice.
That's awesome.
And this light is the only one in the market where you can also swap the head or a topside head where you can do shoots for, topside stuff. So you can take it for events. So there's a lot of photographers that will do both, right? That will do underwater stuff, topside stuff. So that's one light that can do.
That is really nice.
Light.
That is really, really
nice.
That
is true. There's some underwater photographers that are also regular photographers in real life. So we can use them both. What's up, Tim?
Yeah, and he had a question on that. So are your lights water cooled then? Or like how are you able to use that one on land without burning out the LED?
Yeah.
That's a great question, Tim. And let me bring its cousin.
I was wondering that. I'm like, how are they doing that? Because usually the underwater lights are
this one is bigger. What's going on here?
So for those who don't know, we manufacture underwater lights for diving, underwater imaging, but we also manufacture photography lights for events, weddings, any type of those type of events, right? So this is our what we call our top side head. So what you do is that you remove the underwater head and you add the top side head to it. So this top side head has a heat sink and a vent that will avoid the light to overheat on the surface.
There it is. Very well thought out.
There it is.
Very, very cool. Yeah, that's a nice product. I'm just looking at the questions.
I see a question about heat charger.
That does red blue lights as well. I was asking about that. I guess that's back to your other light. So
yes, we have the red spot or red flood beam angle lights. One is called the Photo 1200. So that the Photo 1200 is our focus light, which has the floodlight is the flood. We have a white and red flood light. And then we also have the WFRS light, which has a white floodlight and a red spot light. So that light is great for people that are trying to like hunt underwater, if they need that like red spot for signaling, for them not to scare, like a lobster or something that they're trying to go after.
Oh, cool. Okay. One of the exciting things I think that we talked about earlier was not only that the Sola Dive 2500 light is on sale for $299 at Dive Right in Scuba, which is a ridiculous discount.
Definitely.
Really good deal. But also, we're giving one away. We're giving one away today as part of this presentation. So, Tim.
Yep, I'm just adding the last few names in here.
Yeah, this is a great giveaway. This is a heck of a light.
Yes.
You could use this light for many years.
That's
Lots of environments, Some people even use it as a cave primary light. I mean, it's really that good of a light. So here we go.
We're coming up with some exciting.
Whoa, we all went away.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, hey again. No, I was just going to say we're also coming up with some exciting new projects on the second semester. So make sure to stay tuned because we have some new lights that are going to be very tech oriented and some new accessories as well. And another cool thing is that whenever you purchase a solar light, we donate the equivalent to plant 20 mangrove trees to offset our carbon footprint. So we're really concerned about, being as sustainable as we can.
Beautiful. Very nice.
Cool.
All right. This is a big winner. This is a great light. So here we go.
All right. So are you guys, I don't think you guys are able to see it. Are you able to see the
we don't see the magic wheel now.
It used to be. What do you do, Tim?
The wheel, the music. I loved all the wheel, the music at the end.
I don't know why all of a sudden it's not pulling up.
I could do sound effects.
You know, the other thing is, can you see it now?
No.
No? All right.
I don't see the spin.
Bear with me.
Here we go.
On the tablet.
Yeah, that is great about the mango trees. I love them. A lot of people are commenting they love that you guys are doing that. That's awesome. Super important. Trees? Those are hatcheries.
What is it? I'm sorry.
They're talking about, people are like, that's, it's scrolling so fast, about the mangroves.
Yeah, that was an initiative that we started out in the beginning of 2022. And it's something that we really care about, is in partnership with this organization called the Eden Reforestation Project.
Mm-hmm.
And what they do is they use local traditional communities in these areas where the mangroves need restoration. And then they use these investments from brands like us to plant and to sponsor this program.
Yeah, they're all over the intercoastal waterway in Florida. For you Florida divers, we all know that they are hatcheries. So when you destroy a mangrove, you destroy a primary hatchery ground for so many species. I mean, you could do mangrove dives and see a ton of species, you know, because it's a protective hatchery.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
All right, I got it ready. Let's go ahead and give away a Sola here. This low tech. Come on. Work. All right, now it's going. Lucky winner.
Let's see.
Shelly
H.
Congratulations, Shelly.
Solid.
You win.
Shelly, congrats. We'll be reaching out to you at the end of the show.
Sola 2500.
Congrats, Shelly.
Yeah. And I've been working on the master list. We're doing $1,000 giveaway. We're over 3,000 names right now. So keep throwing in your name, and we'll do that. We'll do that after the last show or last presentation of the show. So
that's great.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that presentation. You have great lights.
So
I've used them for years, and let's go diving together. Let's light up some stuff.
Can't wait. Whenever you guys are coming to Monterey, please let me know. I'll give you guys a factory tour, and we'll go out on dive.
That's great. That's great. We'll be there in let's see, when's the flight leave?
That's not. That's no. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Annie.
All right. Let's see. Oh, the last presentation of today, right?
Presentation of today.
XS Scuba. Now, are we always buying something from XS Scuba?
Oh, man,
I don't even know. You just automatically, you're like, I need this from XS Scuba. I need that from XS Scuba, right?
Yeah.
Every little gazillion little part of something we need from these guys. So this should be an interesting.
And we have some stuff from them. Like, these guys make everything.
Everything. I don't even know how many products or little things they make, but
like, I don't even know
what gazillion of them. I need them all.
Multi-max breathable inflator with 3/4 connection. What's a multi-max breathable inflator?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Oh, it's like an Air 2. Here we go.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you great.
Guys from XS Scuba.
I mean, you guys could go for like 10 hours.
Hey, Gus. Hey, Woody.
Hey.
Hello.
Mike, the whole Dive Right In Scuba gang, and good evening, everybody. I'm sure it's been a long day, but we've saved the best for last.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
So anyway, my name's Tom Phillip. I am the Director of Product Development, and my right-hand man, pardon the pun over here, is
Kevin Yuskoff. I do everything else.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So a little bit about XS Scuba. You're probably familiar with some of our other brands. We have the brand called Thermo Valves, you might know. We also have Sea Pearls. In fact, tomorrow at 5:30, our colleague Russ Buckingham will be doing this presentation in Minneapolis. Sea Pearls, showing you how they die cast lead, which is pretty awesome. Cool. Be sure to watch that. And then we have Highland for our technical line. And then we also have the brand Sea Dive, which is our masks that have the unique lens coatings on them. So a lot of brands. We also distribute brands like Soft No Lime and MeFlex hoses. And a new one we're going to show you now in a few minutes here called Fin Clip. That's really exciting. But a little more about us. We are celebrating our 20th anniversary.
Congrats, guys. Awesome.
Industry. You're going to have a hard time believing that. But yeah, it's been 20 years already. And we started with very humble beginnings. And we kind of got a reputation as being a tank, lead, and accessory company as we grew through the years. But the times, they are a-changing. We are growing rapidly. We're expanding. We are now branching off and spreading out into the life support categories. We have several regulator offerings, BCs, instrumentation. So it's getting fun, and we're enjoying the rapid growth. So today I want to focus more on recreational because I've watched these presentations today. I've seen a lot of side mount. I've seen a lot of plate and wings, which is all good. But hey, let's get back to our roots and what's fun, and that's recreational diving. And so I'm going to start out by showing you my favorite scuba package. This is what I wear when I dive Southern California, La Jolla, and Laguna, and the Channel Islands. This is what I want to wear. So I'm going to show you this. And when we're done, then we're going to move on to some new accessories that are very exciting. I think you're going to like. So I'm going to start by just introducing you to the three main pieces I'm wearing here. I have got on a Phantom back inflation BC. All right. And then I've got an Inspire Regulator, which we're going to talk more about, and a breathable inflator called the Multi Max. So let me tell you a little bit about the BC first. The BC has a lot of neat features. Some are obvious, some not so obvious. First thing I want to show you is the tank band is lowered. You notice how low this tank band is. It's by design. It's integrated into the waist strap so that the weight of the cylinder is on my hips, not on my shoulders. That's a really nice feature. And we have a stainless steel detachable cam buckle on it too.
I like that
real
a lot.
Convenient for switching out.
Can you turn that a little bit so we could see it? We couldn't see the buckle. Those are great buckles, everybody, because you don't have that unthreading going on that you often see happen, and nobody can ever rethread those things. I mean, it's like the 19 steps to do that, right?
To do that.
Exactly.
One of my favorite features of RVCs is I will wager we have the best weight system for detaching and replacing. So if you're doing those lead ditch and recovery drills, we call this system catch and release. And here's why I like it. Single pull to jettison it, right? It's not a multi-step process like others, single pull. But when I put this weight pouch back inside the BC, I can visibly see, feel, and hear. I feel the click, I hear the click, and I see the whole system. It's not hidden behind fabric. It's just very, very simple to install these lead pouches and click them in, and you know they're locked. That's called catch and release. A couple other features. We've gone with the very enlarged angled thumb loop. So if you're wearing 5mm gloves or dry gloves, you can still get your thumb in there, which is nice. We've got the swivel buckles so that the BC conforms to your body shape. There's 6 stainless steel D-rings. But here's the best part of all, and it may not have been obvious to you, but with most back inflation units, the lead weight locations are the ones I just showed you a minute ago, you know, on the hip, okay? But if that doesn't hold enough lead, if 20 pounds in these pockets are not enough for you, what do divers typically do? What they'll do is they will add more lead to the cam band, like Kevin's showing here. Or perhaps there's fixed pockets on the back of the BC underneath the bladder that are down low. The problem with these locations, if you've got it on your hips, you've got it on your cam band, you've got it low on the harness, they're all in a central plane. They're all in a line. So now when I go horizontal, what happens? All the lead is right in the center of my body, and my body ends up pulling a U shape, and it's a very uncomfortable way to dive. But with Phantom, we have a slogan. It's actually called the Phantom SL, and the SL stands for Spread Your Lead. Okay, and so what Kevin will show you is up high on the shoulders, there's a fixed pocket that holds two 2-pounders. And it's as high on my shoulders as I can get it. Now I don't feel that, but it's way forward on me. And then a Phantom SL comes with a pair of ankle weights. And the idea is to take your fixed lead that's not in your ditchable pockets, put it up on your shoulders, put weight out on your ankles, and you end up spreading your lead. And it's a much more comfortable way to dive. Your body tends to be laid out horizontally, not in a U shape, and it's easier on your lower back. It's just a lot more comfortable. The next thing I want to show you is the Regulator. It's called the Inspire. And if you've been following along with Scuba Diving Magazine, Scuba Lab voted this the best buy last year in 2022 for Regulators because of its excellent performance coupled with a great price. So the first stage, which you see right here, is a balanced diaphragm design, and it's got the ports on a swivel turret. You can get it with DIN or yoke connection. It's got 4 low pressure ports and 2 high pressure ports. The second stage is pneumatically balanced, and it has a lever for the venturi, and it's got a knob for the breathing resistance. And it comes standard with the Comfy Bite mouthpiece, which prevents jaw fatigue. And then we connect these 2 stages with a MeFlex custom hose. This is the braided hose out of Italy. This one's got a nice carbon color with blue spirals in it. So it's very nice, matches the Phantom BC, easy breathing, great value. And then finally, I want to show you the Multi-Max breathable inflator. Multi-Max means multiple functions and maximum performance. So because you got a lot going on here, it tends to be smaller than most in the industry, easy breathing, and best of all, it's very, very reliable. Many of these breathable inflators, when they sit in your closet for 6 months and don't get used, you take them out and they tend to have a leak or a hiss, but not Multi-Max. Multi-Max is very dependable. And now I'm going to share one of my favorite hacks with you.
All right.
Okay. I typically dive an air integrated computer, so I have a transmitter in my first stage. And I like to have redundancy. So what I've done here is I've taken a little pony gauge, all right, on a short MeFlex hose, and I've attached it to my Multi-Max. And so this is my backup, my little analog backup.
That's very cool.
Right here, so I don't have a gauge dangling or the clip
That's
off.
really cool, by the way. I like that a lot.
So we have the pony gauge, and then we've got this little 90-degree adapter, and we've got a shortened MeFlex high-pressure hose, so you can hook that up. It's
really
a great
cool
way to dive.
Yeah, that is really
air
nice.
integration. So again, Phantom back inflation BC, Inspire balanced regulator, best buy last year, and Multi-Max breathable inflator. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm turning it over to Kevin, who's going to show you an exciting new accessory.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tom. So we're going to talk about a new fin clip. This is actually called the fin clip. So if you guys are familiar with any kind of winter sports technology like snow bindings, you step into your ski and you push down and you're locked in your ski. So this is a similar concept on a fin.
Wow.
So this will attach to almost, as far as we know, any open heel fin. When you open it up in the lock position, it's got tension on it. And I'm going to actually set it down on the ground right now and demonstrate it.
All right.
And is Mr. Cameraman with me?
Yep.
All right. So you're going to slide your foot in. And this takes a little practice, but you need to hold the fin in place so you can get your foot all the way forward. And then when you are ready to go, you're just going to push down on your heel and rock back. Bam. You're ready to go diving.
That's like my snow skis.
And is on. You have full mobility in here. You actually, when you're wearing your boots, you don't even feel it. To remove it, you can, if you're standing in, you're doing a beach dive, shallow water, you can actually step back and push the cam down. Or if you're in the water, you can do a figure four. Let's see if I can do this without tripping. Lift your foot up, pull this off, and it actually works as a little handle too. So great. This is actually really good for everybody. But especially for folks that have like mobility issues, like bad knees, bad hips, bad backs, hurts to bend down and do that traditional figure 4 to get your fins on. So that is the new fin clip. It's actually brand new, just came out.
Super cool.
I figured I'm going to sneak the Phenom in here because we want to talk a little about the Phenom fin since we got it on here. This is a fin we've had out for a couple years. Some technology, some patents that were in the market expired in the last few years, and we've taken advantage of that. So you'll see one of these if you look down the edge of the blade here. You can actually see we have some ridges here, some grooves. What these do is they allow that fin to flex when you're doing your power strokes. Your power stroke is your down kick. So it'll flex and it'll actually channel the water down the length of the fin. You got the ridges, high ridges here to keep it from spilling over. You get that extra propulsion and off you go. When you're doing your upstroke, which is traditionally the recovery stroke, you don't get a lot of power from that. You actually get an advantage there as well. So when you're kicking up, the fin will flex both ways. So you get that benefit on either side. Another thing that is really cool about this is how the foot pocket is mounted. You'll notice that we don't connect our fin to the boot. If there's an open here, because you need to put your foot further forward into this boot. The pivot point is further back. That means when you're doing your down kick, the pressure is spread across your instep, the whole top of your foot,
nice,
rather than your tippy toes.
Less cramping, for sure.
If you do, less cramping and less sore toes. If you do a lot of diving, you're kicking hard, sometimes those toes get a little sore. So this adds like more comfort and actually gives you more power. It's just like better leverage. So awesome. That is the Phenom fin. And I'm going to send it back over to Tom.
All right. We're going to switch cameras, do some tabletop. This is a fun one. This is a brand new product. Well, we lose a camera here. There we go.
It's showing on ours, but it's not showing.
People are asking if there's raffle links for XS. I don't know
there
if they've been put up there.
They've been.
Oh yeah, they're up there, everybody.
We got stuff. We got stuff.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to make sure everybody knows that there is links in the chat.
And by the way, I just wanted to mention the promotion for XS Scuba is coupon code XS Show. That's 10% off, excluding weights and tanks. But other than that, 10% off.
All right. We were going to do this, save this for tabletop, but we're going to adapt here. So this is an exciting new accessory here. It's built for divers, but not for diving. What is it, you ask? This is a brand new 15-piece diver's garage kit. Okay, not for diving, but if you live in a small apartment and you don't have a garage and you don't own a compressor, but would like to take advantage of some compressor tools, pneumatic tools like this, we've got a kit here that allows you to attach your coil air hose, right to your Scuba regulator.
Cool.
So what you see here is an Inspire regulator, and this hose is all set up, ready to attach right into the low pressure port. And then using a quick disconnect, I can add tools, pneumatic tools, many you're familiar with. This is a shop nozzle here. There's different tips that go on it. You can use it to blow off a workbench. You can use it to inflate balloons. Whenever you need to blow something, you know, like Kevin's belly button, like that, you can do that. It's a lot of fun. But this kit, besides coming with the 25-foot hose, has all kinds of little attachments. So some of the more popular ones, we've got a ball chuck here for filling car and bike tires. And you got needles for filling soccer balls. And you got a tire pressure gauge here. But there's 15 pieces in here. But what's really neat is it's got a lot of room for expansion. There's extra couplers and fittings, and they're very common sizes. So use your imagination. You could, with this kit, you can expand it. If you want to use an airbrush for painting, if you want to spackle your walls, if you want to use a nail gun, a grinding wheel, any of those tools will hook up to this, and you can run them off your Scuba tank and not have to have a compressor.
That is brilliant. That is an absolutely cool product. That's one of my favorites of the show, I got to tell you.
And really so, think about Christmas time for the gifts. If you got a diver in your life, I promise you they don't have anything like this, and now they can get double duty on their Scuba tank. to operate all their different functions outside of diving.
Can you say what something like that, what it's running?
Yeah. What's the retail on
Yeah,
that?
I just posted the links.
I
It
think
is
okay.
59.
I think suggested retail on it somewhere around $60.
Oh man, that's super.
To, yeah, $60. You got the 25-foot hose ready to go, and you've got all the fittings in great value. Great value.
Really, really awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of biking. I mean, that's a great product for many things.
And you
super
take your
cool.
scuba tank when you're biking, or no? Just kidding.
We have done some funny videos related to scuba and biking.
All right, I'm going to kick it back over to Kevin.
Swish pan. All right. I am going to.
I love this product. Oh man, I
you
saw this at TEMA, and I was all over this. Go for it.
This is the Highland weight plate.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go through the anatomy real quick. You have a very simple idea here. You've got a couple bungees. We have some knots tied in to keep them from pulling through. We have some notches here. Remember these; they'll come into play later. And then you got a little bumpy surface here. So the way this works is if you have a weight belt that you want to add weights to, a 2-inch nylon webbing, your harness system for your commercial diving, or your wing and back plate, you want to spread the lead. You can use this to add or remove weights quickly and easily. So I'm using just a little example here. So there's your weight belt. You're going to set your weight on the plate. You're going to feed the bungee cords through. You pull the bungees across and wrap around the back to those notches I showed you earlier. So the notches hold it in place as well as the knots. And then you do the same on the other side.
How
and
awesome
oh
is
boy,
that?
moment of truth.
It's awesome.
It stays where it is. This is a 2-pound weight, and it's a little counterintuitive. You can use 2, 3, 4, 5-pound lace through lead. The heavier the lead, the stronger the bond is, because you're stretching these bands over a bigger piece of lead, so it's making them tighter. So it's a great product. We really like it. I'm really happy to hear that you guys know about it.
Yes, we were all over that at the show. It's just great. Sometimes you just need to add a couple of weights on the shoulder, right? Especially with those with tech harnesses, and you don't, unraveling those things is impossible.
Yeah.
So that's just a 2-second fix. That's really cool.
All right, and then we're bringing it back to Kevin again here. This is a really cool product we've had. We've had this for a few years. You may not recognize it because the old one was, or not the old one, the other one was black. We brought in a new color just because it's doing really well. And if you like to have a little color in your dive bag, this is a great choice. So everybody knows when they buy their masks, they usually come in that plastic tub. They're great for storing things. You can store your mask. Your shop will always tell you, store your mask in this. We think you could use that for other things. Make a save a dive kit, put some Highland stuff in there, put a star tool, multi-tool. So you have a use for something else. The disadvantage of using that to store your mask is if you put your mask away wet, which we all know we do sometimes, there's a chance you can build up mildew and mold and stuff in there. So that's not great. The other disadvantage is that box is kind of bulky. So if you're traveling, it's really hard to put that box in your luggage and find a spot where it'll fit. So this product is called the Protective Mask Wrap. So it actually, you can see right off the bat, it's more compact than a box. It's nice and soft. It's got some padding in it. When I open up here, I'll show you some of the features. And one other really big advantage it has, you'll notice the snorkel is still attached to my mask here. I'm really good at forgetting